sick. She has been diagnosed with COVID. I've reached out to the defense, seeing if they had any objections for testifying remotely. We created a link or sent her the link. I've spoken with her daughter. She's elderly. Her daughter was able to take a laptop to her apartment, set it up, and get her all set up so she could testify remotely.
Okay.
So I'm asking the court's permission to do that.
That's fine. Did you get a link from my judicial assistant?
I have not yet. I wanted to confirm with you first.
That's fine. When do you anticipate this person testifying?
Originally she was going to be second, but that's going to have to be changed in order. So I need enough time for the daughter who's going to be testifying now second to go back to home. Maybe after lunch first thing.
Okay. I'll send an email right now to my judicial assistant asking her to share the link with everyone.
Thank you so much.
And Judge, so Miss Butler is kind of elderly, and I expect, I could be wrong, but I expect that she's going to have some difficulty with the computer and, like, for example, opening up and referring to all the PDFs that Mr. Buxman has sent her of her two statements and her deposition transcript and stuff. So I may ask the court for some latitude in terms of being able to impeach her, because I may not be able to do it the way we normally do it with a piece of paper.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not to object to whatever procedure is needed to accommodate the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, Rich.
We have been testing the AV stuff. Everything is connected. We're just having a little bit of issue with volume on the perpetuated testimony because my computer is not seeing, it's not linking up with the courtroom speakers. So I'm trying to find another way around that right now.
I've got a where's AV? They were here.
The state calls Marissa Kuzma. It's playing out of this. What they suggested I do is.
Yes. It should be coming up. Let me see.
State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Got it.
My name is Marissa Kuzma.
All right, we don't need them. You'll have to turn it off on the monitor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Because we're getting out of the room.
Please introduce yourself again to the jury.
Marissa Kuzma,
Where do you work now?
the Orlando Police Department.
I don't think we're coming over the monitor anymore.
I am currently an investigator in the
Okay.
police homicide unit.
Well,
Kermit, today is February 17th. It's my understanding at the time of this trial you're going to be out of the country.
yeah, if they had come up here, they would have seen that it was off the record.
I think they put.
Be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss this case with anyone? Yes. Not to let anyone discuss it with you? Yes. Not to do any independent research while you're away from us? Yes. And not to read or listen to any news accounts of this case? Yes. All right, thank you. I'm going to read to you some instructions, and then the attorneys will begin their opening statements. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been we need to swear them. Let's do that real quick.
Should you please raise and stand and hold your right hand?
Yeah, everyone stand and raise your right hands to be sworn, please.
Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the case between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and the evidence? So help you God.
Yes. Thank you. You may be seated. So now I'm going to read some instructions that apply to this stage of the case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Demorris Hunter. This is a criminal case. Mr. Hunter is charged with first-degree murder. The definition of first-degree murder will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Hunter in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. Jurors must decide this case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case, or the people and places involved in the case. You may not visit places mentioned in the trial, or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information that you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present arguments with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case with anyone, including your spouse, family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. No communication includes no in-person, telephonic, or electronic communication, such as emailing, text messaging, posting information on social media or a website, or any other form of communication. During the trial, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that the prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you're in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing the case in your presence, leave the situation at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, and other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you're deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices during deliberations. You cannot have in the jury room, if someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you if you need it. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your valuable time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you've completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me, and I will personally destroy them. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. During the trial, you will be permitted to ask questions of witnesses in case you missed something, you did not understand something, or you need to clarify a pertinent issue. The rules of evidence apply regardless of whether a question is asked by the attorneys, by me, or by you. Therefore, there may be a legal reason why I will not ask your question. If I do not ask your question, you must not hold that against any of the parties. You must not discuss it with other jurors, and please do not take it personally. Subject to that understanding, this is how we will proceed. When the attorneys have finished asking their questions, please raise your hand to get my attention. I will give you time to write your question on a clean piece of paper and give the paper to the court deputy. It is important to know that if you have a question you believe should be asked of a witness, you must raise your hand and request that I ask the witness the question before the witness leaves the witness stand. You will not have an opportunity to ask the witness a question once the witness leaves the courtroom. After you raise your hand and give the note to the court deputy, I will then confer privately with the attorneys. If I ask your question, the witness will answer, and the attorneys may follow up if they choose. The questioning of witnesses is the primary responsibility of the attorneys. If your question is not asked, you must not discuss it with the other jurors or hold it against either party. You are not obligated to ask any questions, but if it will help your understanding of the case, you may do so. And with those instructions, I will turn it over to the attorneys to make their opening statements. On behalf of the state of Florida.
Please the court, counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like we told y'all last week, my name is Ken Hunley, along with Richard Buxman, who is sitting at the council table with me. We represent the state of Florida in this proceeding. First of all, let me thank you for your service. Our system of justice has relied on jurors for well over 3 centuries. Without people just like you throughout history, our judicial system would fail to function. Without jurors, we do not have a judicial system. Because of that, you are extremely important to the system, and we sincerely do appreciate your service. We will try to make this process as painless as possible, but I understand that there are sacrifices that you are making to be here. We are sympathetic to that, and we will make every possible effort not to waste your time. Now, having said that, let's turn to what this case is really about. Like Judge Munyon said, what I say in opening statement and what defense counsel says in opening statement is not evidence. This is what we expect the evidence will show you. With that, let me try to tell you the story about what this case is really about. In 2002, Theresa Green lived in Orlando, Florida. She worked at Florida Hospital. Her address was apartment 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue, which is within the city limits of Orlando. Across the hall from apartment 11. It's apartment 12, and this is a second-story apartment. The stairwell leading up, apartment 11 on one side of the stairwell landing, apartment 12 on the other side of the stairwell landing. Joseph and Joyce Butler lived in apartment 12. Mr. Hunter, who was known to the residents of this apartment building as Mike, was renting a room from an individual who lived in apartment 9, which was downstairs from apartments 11 and 12. On the evening of May the 26th, 2002, there was a small party hosted by Joyce and Joseph Butler. And let me back up just a minute. You will hear from both Joseph and Joyce Butler. However, you will hear from Joyce Butler somewhat out of order. She came down sick over the weekend and will be testifying remotely, so she will be later in the day. Logically, she would testify right after or right before Joseph Butler, but we're having to make accommodations because she came down with COVID. So we're adjusting on the fly for that. Anyway, Theresa Green was last seen alive about 2:30 in the morning, May the 26th. 2:30 in the morning is when Joyce Butler shut the party down because she had to go to work the next day. So Joseph Butler kicked everybody out. Theresa Green was attending this party with a gentleman then known to everyone as Mike. Now we know that was Demorris Hunter. Everybody leaves the party. Everyone returns to their residences. Mr. Hunter and Ms. Green go to apartment 11. A few minutes later, a lady named Lida Green, I believe is her name, who is Ms. Butler's daughter, goes over to check on Theresa Green and knocks on the door of apartment 11. Mr. Hunter answers the door. Ms. Green inquires about Ms. Green's well-being. And he says, she was upset, but she's calm now. A few minutes later, she goes back, checks again, knocks on the door, there's no answer. Now, at 7 o'clock the next morning, Mr. Hunter knocks on Joseph and Joyce Butler's door and asks to speak to Joseph. 7 o'clock Sunday morning. Then, Mr. Butler is asked by Demorris Hunter to follow Mr. Hunter, who was driving the car belonging to Theresa Green. I said Lida Green, I meant Lida Moore, my apologies. Too many names, I get them all mixed up. Anyway, Mr. Hunter had never been seen to drive Ms. Green's car before, but he was driving it this Sunday morning. And he asks Mr. Butler to follow him in a van that Mr. Hunter was using at the time, an older former work van, I believe the evidence will show. And Mr. Butler does this. They set out driving towards Sanford. Mr. Hunter parks the victim's vehicle. Mr. Butler waits in the van, moves over to the passenger seat eventually, and then I think he may have gone in the Walgreens perhaps to get an aspirin or an Alka-Seltzer or something, or maybe cigarettes, I'm not sure which it was. Realized he didn't have his money with him, so he came back, got the passenger seat, and waited till Mr. Hunter got back in the car, or in the van. Mr. Hunter says to Mr. Butler, I did something really bad. Mr. Butler said, nope, I don't want to hear anything else. Let's just go back home. So they drive the van, Mr. Hunter driving, return back to Fordale Avenue. Last time Mr. Hunter's seen. Ms. Green, like I said, works at Florida Hospital. She did not report for work on the 26th or on the 27th. So then her son and relative call law enforcement. Law enforcement arrives, they go in or enter Ms. Green's apartment. They find a hole in the drywall that's roughly shoulder width. You'll see a photograph of it, I believe. They find a lady's purse on the bed. It's been dumped out, all the contents strewn all over the bed. And they find a broken lady's wristwatch in the bathroom that has blood on it. Law enforcement, like I said, is on the scene. They speak with the butlers. They learn about the trip to Sanford. They ask Sanford police to look for Ms. Green's vehicle. And they find it in the Walgreens parking lot, just where Joe's Butler said it. Sanford Fire is called to the scene as well to assist in gaining entry into the vehicle. And by this time, Orlando Police Department detectives and crime scene personnel are on scene, as well as Sanford Police and Sanford Fire. They ultimately succeed, fire ultimately succeeds in forcing entry into the vehicle. I believe they popped one of the little vent wings that you don't have anymore on cars that you had back then. Somehow you either broke it or popped it out, gained access to the car. Found a body attached in the trunk, wrapped up in a sheet. That body turned out to be that of Theresa Green. And while this is happening, the investigation is also ongoing at the apartment. You've got two things going on at the same time here. The van belonged to another individual, and like I said, it was being made available to Mr. Hunter for his use. The van is ultimately reported as stolen. The van is ultimately found burning on the side of the road in Houston, Texas. A warrant by this time had been issued for Mr. Hunter, who had been identified as Demorris Hunter, rather than the name that people knew him by as Mike. A warrant had been issued for his arrest. And Mr. Hunter was ultimately taken into custody in Houston, Texas. This is an overview of what we expect the evidence to show. I've not talked about every single witness. That's for a later time. This is an overview. You will hear from various technical witnesses. You will hear from the medical examiner who will describe Ms. Green's death by strangulation. You will hear from an arson investigator. You will hear from crime scene investigators. You'll hear from detectives. And you'll hear from civilian witnesses. At the conclusion of this evidence, the state will ask you to return the verdict finding Mr. Hunter guilty as charged of murder in first degree. Thank you.
Mr. Sell?
Good morning, members of the jury. On behalf of Mr. Marrero and Mr. Hunter, again, we would like to thank you for your service as well. As counsel said, we could not do this without your participation. And we know that you will pay attention to the evidence that is presented and do your job as instructed by the court. This case is not about speculation, it's not about suspicion, it's not about assumptions, it's about proof. Whether the state of Florida can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this was a premeditated first-degree murder. They cannot. What you will hear in this courtroom is a tragic story about too much alcohol on the part of Ms. Green and Mr. Butler, tempers that were flaring, a series of chaotic events that spiraled out of control. But what you will not hear is any credible, reliable evidence that this defendant planned, intended, or carried out a deliberate killing. Before I go into what we anticipate the evidence to show, in essence, we're asking you to bake a cake. Before I do that, it's probably important that I give you a little bit of directions in terms of what you can consider. And we anticipate at the close of the case, the judge will read to you a jury instruction with regard to the weighing of the evidence. And I think it's important, before you hear any evidence, that you're reminded about what you can consider when you are weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witness acted as well as what they said. Some things that you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see or know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the outcome should be decided? Does the witness testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in this case? Has the witness been offered or received any money or preferred treatment or benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? And did the witness at some time or other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony that they gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? And does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty or truthfulness? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend on the number of witnesses that are called or upon the number of exhibits that are offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed as a law enforcement officer does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses, with one exception. The law allows and permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to witnesses about the testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited for talking to the lawyer about their testimony. And you may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any of the witnesses. Let's start with what we actually know. We know there are 3 locations that are involved in this particular case. The first location, and you're going to hear the whole testimony with regard to the Bay Run apartments. They're flat, 2-story apartments. There's separate units, sort of a square rectangular unit. There's 4 units per building, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, connected by a very long and narrow stairwell. It's about 14 steps from top to bottom, and when you walk down the stairwell, you can touch both sides. And that turns out to be very critically important in this case. Mr. Hunter was renting apartment 9, which was sort of, if you're looking at the building downstairs on the left, went to your room in that location. Theresa Green lived in apartment 11, which was the upper left-hand quadrant apartment, and the Butlers resided in the upper right-hand apartment. And we believe the testimony is going to show that on the Saturday night of the 25th and into the morning of the 26th, there was a party that was going on in the Butlers' apartment. And in that party, they were having a good time. They were sitting around the table, talking. Theresa Green had been drinking. Mr. Butler had been drinking. And at some point, Mrs. Butler, who had to work at Florida Hospital the next morning, comes out and asks him to turn the music down. He gets even more upset. He knocks over a lamp. He knocks over a fan. And he opens the door and orders everybody out of the house. On the way out of the house, Theresa Green slaps Mr. Butler across the face. And Mr. Butler slaps Theresa Green across her face, such that it causes her nose to bleed. And her blood is left on the door frame of apartment 12. Lisa Moore, we anticipate, who's the adult daughter, Lisa Moore Turner, is actually her name at the current moment, is the adult daughter of the Butlers. And she says that she leaves the apartment at that point when Joseph is so upset because he won't let her use, his own stepdaughter, won't let her use the house phone. Remember 2002, this is pre-cell phones, right? We had to rely on house phones to make phone calls. But she wants to call her brother for a reason that you'll hear, whatever reason you'll hear during the testimony. And her son, who's a child at that point, is, in her words, sleeping in Miss Green's apartment. So she's going to check on him and retrieve him and bring him back. She goes into the apartment, she uses the phone, she calls her brother, she checks on Theresa Green, who's still hot under the collar, and we anticipate that Lisa Moore will testify that Mr. Hunter, who's known as Mike to all of these folks in the apartment complex, was attempting to, he had been attempting to keep Miss Green and Mr. Butler apart from each other because they're still mad at each other and they're still having words and they're still trying to get at each other. And he's trying to play Switzerland and keep the two of them apart. And while all of that is happening at the top of these stairs in between apartments 11 and 12, we believe the testimony will be, the Butlers will say that Theresa Green was grabbing onto Mike and what Mr. Hunter was saying to Miss Green, why are you mad at me? Why are you trying to fight me? And Miss Green was kicking at Mr. Hunter and that trying to still get at Joseph Butler, who had slapped her across the face and caused her to have a bloody nose. And during that tussle at the top of the stairs, that Mr. Hunter fell over backwards down the stairs on his back, and that Miss Green fell over top of him, and they fell all the way from the top of the stairs to the bottom of the stairs, all 14 stairs. We believe Lisa Moore will testify that she saw all of that take place and happen, and that she saw that happen, and that she saw Miss Green get back up, and that Mr. Hunter got back up, and that they went back up into apartment 11. Miss Moore will say that she got her son, it's 2:30 in the morning now, she brought her son down to her car, down at the bottom of the stairwell of the apartment, placed her son in that car, and that she went back and forth, up and down the stairs. She knocked on the door trying to use the phone again, presumptively to call her brother again. And at that point, Mr. Hunter came to the door and said, Miss Green is trying to calm down. Now is not a good time to come in. And that she then went back into her stepfather and mother's apartment. And as she was going back and forth, she waited at the bottom of the stairs. Her brother eventually arrived at 3 o'clock. There was another neighbor that they were actually talking to at the bottom of the stairs. And she said that she knocked at the top of the stairs again, but no one answered. And that was the last time that she saw Theresa. The other location that we're talking about factually that we believe the testimony will come out is that testimony will come out that Theresa Green's vehicle was found in Sanford, Florida, which is about 15 miles from the location of the apartments. Remember, these apartments are on the corner of Parr and I-4, flat top roofs right there at that location. If you've ever taken that western on-ramp to I-4 from Parr, that's the location. Those apartments are right there at that location. And the location of Theresa Green's car was located at CVS in Sanford, Florida, about 11 miles or 12 miles up I-4, about 5 miles east, in the heart of Sanford. And that Joseph Butler will testify, and Joyce Butler will testify, that Mr. Hunter knocked on their door at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked Mr. Butler to drive his van, the white van that he had use of, to that location, and that left Theresa Green's vehicle there. Again, it's very important, I think, for you guys to make decisions about what evidence you find to be credible versus not credible. And after that, Mr. Butler allegedly went into the store to get an Alka-Seltzer. He says he came out. He says that Mr. Hunter said, "I did a bad thing." He says nothing else. He says, "I don't want to hear anything else." He gets in the car and they drive back, and that's the end of that conversation. And that was 7 o'clock on Sunday morning, May 26th. Miss Green's son doesn't come back to the apartment until Monday, the 27th, at around 3 in the afternoon. He gets a phone call from his grandmother, or calls his grandmother. After he gets to the apartment, he finds the apartment door unlocked, the lights are on, the contents of the purse are upside down on the bed. There's a broken watch on the floor that he then puts on the bathroom counter. He then goes and knocks on the Butler's apartment door, apartment 12, and Joseph Butler never tells him the truth. Never says, "Your mother fell down the stairs on Saturday night. Your mother slapped me in the face and I slapped her back on Saturday night." Mr. Butler never says, "Mr. Hunter asked me to drive and follow your mother's vehicle to Sanford." He never says any of that to the middle school age child of Mrs. Green who came back from spending the weekend at a friend's house. It's not until later that evening, when the police arrive at the location, that the Butlers then decide that they're going to talk to the police or cooperate with the police. So during all of this, Joseph Butler Sunday morning never calls the police. Sunday afternoon never calls the police. Monday morning never calls the police. Lisa Moore never calls the police on Sunday morning, on Sunday afternoon, on Monday morning, on Monday afternoon. Mrs. Butler never calls the police on Monday morning or Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon or Monday morning or Monday afternoon. It's not till the police show up because Octavius Hayes, the daughter of Theresa Green, and Theresa Green's mother arrive at the location saying, "I've got a call there since she didn't go to work on Monday morning. We don't know where she is." The other location that we're talking about is in Texas, Houston, Texas. And the van that Mr. Hunter had access to or driving to is found burnt in a location on the line of the city of Houston and Harris County, which is the county that Houston is in. You'll hear testimony from an arson investigator that will say that the vehicle was burnt out, but the arson investigator will say, never took any samples from inside the vehicle, didn't pull any DNA or fingerprints, have no idea when it actually burnt, knew where the fire started, had no idea what the accelerant was, couldn't tell you if Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicked over a lantern in the back of that van and started a fire. And that there's no beneficial evidence or no evidence linking Demorris Hunter to that van, to that fire, or to that location. You'll also hear forensically from the experts in this case that the Oldsmobile that Ms. Green drove, where unfortunately, again in this tragic story, her body was found in the back of, that there's no DNA that links Mr. Hunter to driving that vehicle. There's no fingerprints on the trunk of that vehicle. There's no fingerprints on the steering wheel or on a door handle or a window or anything that links Mr. Hunter to that location. There's no videotape inside the Walgreens, outside the Walgreens, or anywhere between Parr and Sanford that links Mr. Hunter having driven that vehicle to that location. And you'll hear forensically from the city of Orlando forensic experts that there is nothing that links Mr. Hunter forensically to harming Mrs. Green in any way. Not his DNA transferred onto her, not any DNA in the apartment, not a fingerprint on anything with the exception of some dishware in the kitchen, which would indicate that he had been in the apartment previously socially and had either touched a bowl or touched a coffee cup. You will hear from a medical examiner that this is not a calculated execution. This is obviously the events of that Saturday night and Sunday morning are confusion and instability as to what happens to people whose judgment is clouded by alcohol consumption. You will hear that Ms. Green had a blood alcohol level of almost a 0.30, which is almost 4 times the legal limit to drive. And that at that level of alcohol impairment, that is severe impairment, which can cause death. You'll hear the medical examiner say, if her body was found in her bed in her apartment, I would have believed that she died of alcohol poisoning. In addition, you'll hear the medical examiner say that the hyoid bone, bones in the neck, which often fracture during manual strangulation, that those were not fractured, that those were dislocated. And that's a critical piece of evidence, we believe. You will see no signs of manual strangulation in terms of bruising, or there's a specific scientific word called petechiae, which looks like little ant bites when someone has been strangled. The blood vessels in their neck pop, and the blood vessels in their eyes get little red dots. That's called petechiae. Listen for that. You'll see an absence of that in this case. There are no eyewitnesses to any killing. No one saw my client harm this woman in any way in her apartment. There's no forensic evidence tying Mr. Hunter to the apartment, with the exception of the fingerprints I mentioned earlier on the dishware. The state wants you to conclude that this was an intentional murder, yet their own medical evidence opens the door to accidental death. Talked about the butlers, which we believe are the state's star witnesses in this case, the fact that they did not notify the police, the fact that they were untruthful to the middle school age child of the victim, and they were initially uncooperative or less than forthcoming to investigators. Their testimony is inconsistent, it is self-serving, it is unreliable, and they have every reason to distance themselves from this situation that started in their apartment under their own roof. Mr. Hunter did leave to go to Texas, and leaving alone does not prove murder, does not prove premeditation, does not prove intent. Sometimes people panic in situations, but also we believe you'll hear evidence that Mr. Hunter was, this is May 28th, or 25th, 26th, 27th. The 27th is Memorial Day weekend of 2002. The location that Mr. Hunter was renting, that individual had to be out at the end of the month, and we will argue to you, or believe that the testimony will show that the reason there was a party or a celebration in the butler's apartment was to celebrate Mr. Hunter leaving that location, that he was actually already leaving. At the end of this trial, when you've heard all the evidence, not assumptions, not speculation, but evidence, you will be left with reasonable doubts. Doubts about how this woman truly died, doubt about what happened in that apartment, about perhaps what happened on that stairwell, and doubt about who, if anyone, is criminally responsible for her death. In our system of justice, doubt is not a weakness, it is a safeguard. It is the law. And at the end of the case, we will come and we will ask you to render what we believe only verdict that the evidence proves in this case, or doesn't prove, and that's a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Self-State. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Joseph Butler.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can be seated, sir. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Joseph Butler, Butler.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
What do you do for a living now?
I do floors and crossing guard.
Okay. What kind of work have you done in the past?
Floors. Worked in the recovery room. Did maintenance. That's about it.
Did you say you're a crossing guard now?
Yeah.
Where do you do that?
In Orlando.
For like a school crossing or?
Yeah.
Let me direct your attention back to 2002. What did you do for a living back then?
I was working at the hospital.
What did you do for the
I
hospital?
was doing floors at the time.
Okay, I see. And where did you live back then?
In the apartments.
Do you remember the name of the apartment?
Nah.
Okay. Was the apartment that you lived in located at 3216 Cornell Avenue, specifically apartment 12?
Yes.
All right. Was that in Orange County?
I think so, yes.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
Showing up marked as State's Exhibit H for identification. Do you recognize what that photograph shows?
Yes, yes.
What is that?
That's the apartment.
Is that the apartment that you lived in? It's kind of an updated picture. of
Yeah,
this
that's
picture.
it. That's it.
Does it fairly and accurately show what the apartment looked like then?
Yes.
This time, State would move H into evidence as State's 7.
Any objection?
No, ma'am, no objection from the defense.
It will be admitted as state 7.
Can I publish?
May.
Okay. Is this the apartment that I just showed you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right. How was this apartment complex set up? How many floors, first of all?
First and second floor.
I'm sorry?
First and second floor.
Okay. So we see, I don't know if, can you see down here? Okay, if you turn around and look behind you, we see a couple entrances. How many entrances were there to get into the main apartment complex?
2, I think.
Okay, and are those below, like the lights that we see above by the roof?
Yes.
All right.
Now, if you come in there, there's just one entrance in there going in there. You go upstairs and downstairs.
And if you walk into the main entrance, which is the stairwell, how many apartments are on the first floor that you can access from that main entrance?
On the first floor?
Yes, sir.
2.
Okay, and if you walk up the stairs, how many apartments are on the top floor?
2.
Where was your apartment, apartment number 12, located?
Upstairs on the right.
And who did you live there with at the time?
My wife and
What's her name?
Joyce Butler.
What did she do back in 2002?
She worked at the hospital
Did you know a woman named Theresa Green?
That was my neighbor.
Can I approach her?
You may.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit I for identification. Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes.
Who is that? I'm sorry? Your feet
Remember I
were-
told you about it?
You have a medical issue with your feet?
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm all right right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Who is in this photograph?
Teresa.
Does this fairly accurately show what she looked like back then?
Yes.
This time, state will move I into evidence as State's 8.
Any
Objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's 8.
Publish.
You may.
Is this Miss Green we see in the photo here?
Yes.
Where did she live in relation to your apartment?
Across the hall.
So if you were in 12, was she in 11 right across?
Yes.
What did she do for a living?
She worked at the hospital, but I just didn't never know what it really was.
It appears that you worked at the hospital, so did your then wife, and so did Miss Green. Did the people in this apartment complex, did a lot of them work in the hospital?
Yes, most of them all of them.
Do you ever remember Miss Green working in the labor and delivery department?
I know I just see her there, yeah.
Did you meet Miss Green by virtue of just her being your neighbor?
Yes.
Had you been in her apartment following the period of time that she went missing?
When she went missing?
Yes, after she went missing and after you found out that she had been killed.
Yeah, I went in there.
Okay.
Her son came and got me.
Did you see anything unusual in her apartment when you looked in there?
Yes, there's a big hole in the wall.
How long had you known Miss Green by the time she was killed?
I don't have I known her. I haven't known her that long. Probably about 3 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, something like that. I don't know for sure.
You mentioned her son. Did she have children?
Yes,
Do you know how many?
I think two boys, as far as I know.
Were there times that you would invite her over to your apartment just to hang out with you and your wife?
Well, not really. It was every now and then my wife would be talking with her, but I never invited her over like that.
Were there times that you kind of had get-togethers and she would come over with some other people?
We just had one time.
Okay, I see. This time, pursuant to judicial notice, Your Honor, the state would move States G into evidence. It's a calendar from May of 2002. That's States
9.
9.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 9.
Let me direct your attention to late Saturday, May 25th of 2002, into the next morning. You mentioned you had a get-together at your apartment this one time.
Yes,
Okay. Was that the last time that you saw Theresa Green?
yes.
About when did this party start up?
It really wasn't a party.
Okay.
It was just that we was planning on having a barbecue the next day. And she had got her drinks and everything, and
She meaning who?
well,
She said she got drinks. Who got
she got drinks. She just got drinks when we went to the store.
Who got drinks?
She did.
Your mom, your wife, or Miss Green?
My wife wasn't no drinker.
Okay, so Miss Green got drinks.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So when we went to the store and came back, she was already lit up.
She had been drinking already.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
She was already.
Where'd you guys go to get the meat?
Publix.
Who'd you go with?
Well,
I'm sorry,
Mars.
Morris?
Mars.
Oh,
What did you know Demorris by then? What was his name back then?
Mike.
Okay. So you guys go and get the meat at Publix, you get back. Who was at your apartment?
When we got back,
Yes.
Teresa and my wife.
Okay. So at this point, is it the four of you kind of hanging out at the apartment barbecuing?
Well, no, we went barbecuing. It was the next day.
Okay, it was for the
We
next
was just
day.
going to get the stuff for the next day.
I understand. Who is Lisa Moore?
That's my stepdaughter.
All right. I know it's been a while, but do you see the person that you knew as Mike here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Would you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
White shirt,
Does he have a jacket or no jacket?
no jacket.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will still reflect.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you must mark the states as a J for identification. You recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mike?
Is that fairly accurately depict what he looked like back
Yes.
in 2002?
Yes. Yes.
This time, state will move J into evidence as states 10.
No objection.
It will be admitted as states 10.
Was this a photo, may I pull the charm?
You may. Yep.
Was this a photograph that you actually provided the detectives when they were investigating this case?
Yes.
Describe the defendant's appearance back then.
His appearance?
Yes, sir.
You look just like that on that picture you right there all the time.
Okay. Where did the defendant live in relation to you back then?
Downstairs. I don't know apartment number, but it was downstairs in the same cluster.
Okay, so it was like right down the same stairwell as yours?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember if his apartment number was 9?
I'm not for sure about the apartment number.
Did the defendant work at the hospital with you guys?
No.
About how long had you known the defendant the night that this get-together happened?
Wasn't known. Probably about 3 weeks, a month.
A relatively short
Yeah,
time.
sure.
Did the defendant live in that apartment right downstairs alone or with anybody else?
No.
Did other people live in that apartment before he did?
Yes.
Do you remember who?
What was his name? I think his name was
That's okay.
Humphrey.
Humphrey.
His name was Humphrey.
Okay.
Him and his girlfriend stayed there.
So this get-together at your apartment, what was going on? I mean, what were you guys doing? Just hanging out?
Yeah, well, when we got back, she was already about too drunk already, and we was just drinking and talking. And then my wife had went to sleep, and she came out and said she was too loud. So
It was too loud?
Yeah, and I turned the radio down, and she said she'd come out again. She got to go home.
Okay.
And so she came out again because it was still too loud. So she told her we had to go home. I said, okay, we'll do this tomorrow.
All right.
So?
Just let me stop you there real quick. At the point where this party is shut down, had you been drinking?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had Miss Green been drinking? You said she was
Yes, yes,
pretty
sir.
drunk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about the defendant? Had he been drinking?
No.
Was Lisa Moore there as well at this time, your stepdaughter?
No.
At some point, did she arrive?
Yeah.
Why did your wife, then wife, want the party to shut down?
But she had to go to work.
Okay.
She-
So at about 2:30 or so, is this when the party basically is shut down by your wife?
was it that time? I don't know. But maybe.
Okay, sometime in the early morning hours.
Yes, yes.
Understood. Except for your wife, your then wife, Joyce Butler, getting a little upset at you guys for being loud, and she's got to go to work the next morning. Were there any problems with anybody at this point during this party?
No.
So when your wife shuts the party down and you're basically telling everybody, look, we got to go. What happens between you and Theresa Green at that point?
Oh, well, you got mad and slapped me. And I tapped her back. I didn't really slap her. So I just tapped her and said, let's go home. We'll do this tomorrow.
And where'd you slap her?
It's the same place she slapped me.
Where?
Right there in the face.
Okay, so she slaps you in the face, you slap her back in the
Yeah.
face, and we're done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what caused her to slap you in the face? Was there an argument? Was
No argument, she just hauled off and slapped.
Okay. Did that happen inside your apartment or outside?
Inside the apartment.
I'm sorry?
Inside.
Inside, okay. After she slaps you in the face, you slap her in the face, tell the jury what happens then.
Okay, we goes outside the door, by the stairs, and Mike gets on the first floor.
What was on the first floor?
First steps on the stairs, and she steps in front of him and say, "Why you let Joe slap you? Slap and hit me." She said, "You hit him first, so he really didn't hit you, he just tapped you." And the next thing I know, she put her foot up and kicked him, tried to kick him downstairs, and he grabbed her foot, and they both went down there. And then I was asking him when he got up, "Was he all right?" She went to cussing and fussing. I said, "Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow." So I went back in the apartment, and I went to bed.
Okay, let me stop you there. So outside of your apartment and the stairwell is when she basically kicks at the defendant, and they both go tumbling down the stairs.
Yes.
And at this point, is this when, was your stepdaughter there at this point?
I don't think she was there yet.
Okay.
I'm not pretty sure, but I don't think she was.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Showing you State's Exhibit K for identification. Can you take a look at those two photos and tell me if you recognize what they show?
Yeah.
Take a look at the other one as well, please.
It's another one? I can't see but one. Oh, it's on the other side. Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you recognize
Yes,
those photos?
yes.
What do they show generally?
Hmm?
What do they show?
A rug that's on there, like it's tore up.
What area of the apartment or the building does that show?
That's the top floor.
Okay, is that the stairwell?
Yeah.
Okay. Do these fairly and accurately depict what the stairwell looked like?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and I know there's some paper down there
Mhm.
that by law enforcement, that wasn't taken.
Yeah, that wasn't there.
Okay. At this time, State would move K into evidence to State's 11, or, yeah, 11.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as States 11.
Publish.
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 11. Where is the entrance to your apartment if you walk up? Are you the right or the left?
I'm right,
And Miss Green's then would have been to the left?
yes.
And showing you photograph 2 of State's 11. It's just, what does this show? You can turn around and look if you have to.
Oh, that's the stairwell.
Okay, looking down from your apartment area?
Yes,
And is that the stairwell that they tumbled down that
yes,
night?
yes.
When they tumbled down the stairs, did they go all the way down to the bottom part?
All the way to the bottom.
When they landed at the bottom of the stairwell, did you see them actually get up?
Yes,
Did anyone appear to be severely injured in any way?
no,
Anyone screaming in pain or anything like that?
no.
Did you see what they did after they got up?
The only thing I seen was her cursing and fussing, and me and my wife went back in the apartment.
Okay. So you and your wife go back to the apartment. Did you have to work the next day?
No,
Just your wife?
yes,
Just Joyce Butler, okay. Let me direct your attention to several hours later, now still on Sunday morning, May 26th. What happened Sunday morning at around 7 o'clock in the morning?
well, that's when I got up, but stuff happened before then.
You still had what, I'm sorry?
Say some stuff happened before then. Like, I was asleep, and she kept telling me that he kept coming up, trying to get me to follow him in the car. They go take the car back to the car lot. And I looked at the clock and said, ain't no car lot open this time, boy. I'm not going nowhere. So I just went back to sleep.
Okay. Were you woken up again shortly after?
Yes, I woke up again, so, and I still didn't move right then. So, but when that time you was about 7, that's when I really got up, and he had left the keys in there.
No, who did? Who came with the keys?
Mike,
Okay, the defendant.
yeah,
All right, so explain to me how that happened. Did he come into your apartment? Did he come into the bedroom? What
came
happened?
in the bedroom,
Okay.
and I was still laying there. And he left the keys, and he said, "Man, I'll be downstairs."
Did he tell you what he wanted you to do?
You had to follow him to the gas to take the car back. 'Cause we supposed to do that anyway. 'Cause she wanted me to follow him yesterday too, but that day too. But I didn't see her.
Okay. So he asked you to take the keys and follow him to the
Yeah,
car.
I was in the van.
You were in a van.
Yeah, he was in the car, her car.
Describe the van to me.
Oh, the van was white with a green green and white van. It's an old van.
Okay. And was that the vehicle you drove?
Yes,
What vehicle did the defendant drive?
he drove her vehicle.
What car was that?
It was an Oldsmobile,
Do you remember what color?
grayish white or something like that.
I'm sorry, what was the?
Grayish white,
Grayish white?
yeah, something like that.
Did the defendant say anything about where Theresa Green was?
No,
Did you see Theresa Green at any time this morning?
no,
So when the defendant asked you to follow him while he's driving the victim's car, follow him in the van, did you agree?
mm-hmm,
Said yes?
yes, yes.
She can't take
Okay, my bad.
Was that van owned, to your knowledge, owned by the defendant?
No,
Okay. Do you know who owned the van?
guy named Pete on the van.
Okay. Do you know Pete's real name?
No,
Did you ever know a man named Henry Fields?
Henry, yeah. Yeah.
Henry Fields?
Yeah. I think that's his last name.
I'm sorry?
No, not Henry. Oh, it's Humphrey. I know Humphrey, not Henry.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, the defendant is driving Pete's white van.
Yes.
Understood. Had you ever seen the defendant drive Theresa's Oldsmobile before that day?
No.
Could you see anybody else in Miss Green's white Oldsmobile except for the defendant?
Yeah, no, I couldn't see nobody.
Where did you end up going following the defendant?
Ended up in Sanford.
And was the car lot in Sanford, or was the car lot?
I didn't know where the car lot was. I'm just following.
You're just following. All right. So where did you end up in Sanford?
At a Walgreens.
How far away is this Walgreens from your apartment complex?
Ooh. Well, that's a long way. That's at least 10 miles or more, maybe longer.
Okay. Can I approach her? Show me what the marker states to the L. Do you recognize the vehicle in that photograph?
That's the building.
What is that?
It's an Oldsmobile.
Is that
Miss
Green's
Green,
vehicle?
yeah, yes.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict what her vehicle looked like back then?
Yes.
This time state with L into evidence as states 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as states 12.
Publish.
May.
Is this the photograph I just showed you?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. Now, obviously, we see in the photograph here the trunk is open, but when we left the vehicle at Walgreens, was it closed?
Yes.
All right. So what happens when you and the defendant arrive at Walgreens?
Well, when they put it in there, you pulled it to the side of the building, and I went inside the store to get an Alka-Seltzer because I had a hangover.
To get Alka-Seltzer
Yeah,
for your hangover? Okay.
And forgot my wallet and couldn't get it, so I had to come back and sit in the van. I sat in the van, He stayed in the car for a good while. I don't know what he was doing, but he was in there doing something. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
And I just sat there and waited. Then he comes back. Then he said he messed up. I told him I don't want to hear. Just take me back home.
Okay, let me back you up. When you said you waited in the van?
Yes.
When the defendant got back to the van, where did he sit? Driver's or passenger seat?
I think first he was in the passenger seat and then he drove.
Okay. So who drove the van back to the apartment complex?
I think he did.
Okay. Bless you. After he got into the van with you,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned he said something. What did he say to you?
He said I messed up.
I messed up?
Yeah, I say, I don't know what I hear. Man, you done messed up and way over here and you got me in this mess.
Did he give you any more details as far as what he meant by that?
No, I didn't even want to know what he was talking
Okay.
about. 'Cause I kind of figured something went wrong with him and her.
Did you find it unusual that he asked you to follow him and Theresa somewhere, or follow in Teresa's car, but then left the car at Walgreens?
Yes. I found out when I didn't see her come and tell me that.
Do you know what he did with the keys to Teresa's car?
No.
Where did you guys go after you left Walgreens in that white van?
Back to the house. I went back home.
During your interaction with the defendant that morning, did you see any obvious injuries on him?
Well, I seen a little redness on his face, like, but other than that, I didn't see no,
Any blood?
no,
Any torn clothing?
no, I didn't see nothing.
Once you guys arrive back at your apartment complex, what happens? What do you do?
I told him I'm going back to bed.
Okay, and did you?
Yeah,
Do you know where he went?
I don't know, because when I woke up, he was gone.
From the point that you left him at that apartment complex that morning after dropping Theresa Green's car off at Walgreens to today, have you seen the defendant?
Have I seen him?
Yes.
No.
The next day, I believe it's Monday the 27th, did you make contact with Theresa Green's son, Octavius?
Yes.
Did he ask you anything?
Yeah.
What did he ask you?
He asked me have I seen his mama. And I told him I hadn't seen her since it was Saturday, I guess.
Since when? I'm sorry.
Saturday, I think that was when the last time, Saturday.
Did you give him, did you tell him anything about the whole
No.
slapping thing?
No,
Was it significant to you to tell him that?
no, it wasn't.
Did you tell him anything about following the defendant dropping the car off?
No, I didn't tell him about that either.
Why not?
I don't know, I just didn't tell him.
Okay. At some point that same Monday evening, did law enforcement come and interview you?
Yes,
Is that the time that you provided law enforcement the photo of the defendant that we saw earlier?
yes,
Did they also ask permission to go into your apartment and look around and take photographs?
yeah,
Did you allow them?
yeah.
A couple of days later, did a female detective come to you and show you a series of photographs?
Yes,
Did she ask you if you recognized the person you knew as Mike?
yes,
Were you able to pick Mike out?
yes,
May I approach him? Showing you what's been marked as state's exhibits. M as in Mary. Can you take a look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize your signature?
yeah, that's mine.
And your initials?
Yes,
Is this a true, accurate copy of the document you filled out?
yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Butler. How are you? Sir?
All right,
All right. All right, so I'm gonna ask you some questions, and I'm gonna try to pose the questions to you in such a way that you can easily answer yes or no, all right?
Okay.
Now, I wanted to, I'm actually gonna break that rule right from the start, because I have some questions for you about the apartment complex where all this took place. The apartment complex where you lived and where Theresa Green lived was actually owned by Florida Hospital, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes,
And they rented it out to a lot of employees,
Yes.
presumably at a pretty decent price, I would guess.
yes,
I would imagine too that as a condition of your living in these apartments that were owned by Florida Hospital, you had to abide by their rules.
yes,
So like, you couldn't be getting in trouble or getting arrested or anything like that, or else they would throw you out
right,
of the apartment, throw you out of your job presumably as well.
yes,
So both you, your wife, and Theresa were all under this agreement or understanding about the apartment complex,
Yes.
right? Now, I can't really tell from the pictures that we've seen, but it looks like when you reach the top of the stairs, the doors are really, the doors to the apartment are really no wider than the hallway itself, correct? In other words, like, you don't like get to the top of the stairs and then go down the hall
No.
to get to the door. The door's right there.
yes, yes,
It looks in the pictures that you could, with two hands, and I'm not a big guy, but
Oh, well,
I
you
can
won't.
touch both doors.
you won't reach them,
I'm sorry?
you won't reach them,
You won't reach them? A little bit further than me?
yeah,
Okay, so I would suppose my reach might be 5 foot 6, 5 foot 7. I'm not a big guy. Probably you could touch both doors with your
maybe,
hands.
but I don't think it.
You're a little taller than I am. Okay, so Miss Green lived in the apartment on the other side of that little hallway, and that landing would be probably, like, let's say, if we made this side of the podium the door to her apartment, where would your door be? Like, if I'm moving over here, if you can see the distance between myself and the podium, where would your door be? About here, or closer, or further?
My door,
I'm sorry?
my door, my door,
Yes, your door.
to her door,
Right, yeah.
it's a little bit wider than that,
I'm sorry?
it's a little bit wider than that,
A little bit wider than that?
Yeah.
Around here?
yeah,
Okay. So, pretty close.
yeah,
And, you know, we can't tell from these pictures, but would I be correct in assuming that the apartment, when you go in, like, there's a wall in between both apartments? Like, you have a wall and she has a wall that separates your apartments from each other? In other words, like, if you go in your apartment, there would have been a big wall over here that separated your apartment from her apartment, correct?
I don't get you,
In other words, all that space up there was all one big space, and then it was divided in half. Well, let me ask you this way: do you know if both apartments were about the same size?
yes, yes,
Okay, so that whole space was divided roughly in half
yes,
between both apartments.
somewhat like that, yeah.
Okay. All right, so now, and I want to remind you, I know this has been a really, really long time since this happened, and you've given a number of statements. Like, do you remember talking to the police the first time? It would have been really late at night, like after midnight.
Yes,
And then they came back and talked to you a second time.
yes,
And then probably around 10 years ago, you were deposed by lawyers, not us, but you had to come in and give a testimony under oath, and you were asked a lot of questions about it.
Yes.
Do you remember that? Did you have the opportunity to read all that stuff
no,
before you came in here? Okay. And like I said, it's been a long time, about almost 24 years since this happened. All right, so on the night that you guys had this get together, Theresa Green, and you mentioned earlier under direct examination that Theresa Green had been your neighbor for a couple of months.
yeah,
Isn't it true that she'd actually been your neighbor for like over 2 years?
Well, I don't even know about that.
You don't know? Do you remember ever telling the police that she had been your neighbor for like 2 years before? No. If, would anything refresh your recollection if I showed you? See if I can find it. Well, you remember on the night of May 28th, this is when you gave the first statement to the police a little after midnight. Okay, let me, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mr. Butler, let me show you a document. Do you recognize that? Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. Can you read what it says on the top?
Orlando Police Department, Orlando, Florida. Statement transcript.
Okay. And so, do you remember giving a statement to the police the very first night, late at night, about what had happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember being asked by Detective Filippucci, how long have you lived there in the apartment? And your answer was about 2.5 years. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
No? And then the detective asked you, have you ever had the opportunity to meet Theresa Green? And you said yes. And then he asked you, how long have you known Theresa? And you said about 2 years since I've been there.
Well, maybe that's true. I don't know.
Does that sound right?
I don't know how long I've been there.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't know how long I have been at that time.
Okay. Well, but I mean, that's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Back in 2002.
Okay.
Okay. And do you remember describing your relationship with her and saying to the police that she was a good friend to you?
Yeah.
Is that a fair
Yes.
thing? I mean, she was a nice person to you?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Hunter, who was then known to you as Mike, had been living downstairs for just a little while, right? I think you said
Yes.
about 3 weeks?
Yes.
You were aware that Mr. Hunter was seeing Miss Green romantically? That they were boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, it just surprised me that same day.
They told you that?
You know, when I seen them together, it surprised me that same day that when it happened.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in the time that Mike, Mr. Hunter, lived there and that he was known to you, you had never seen him ever be hostile or angry or strike Theresa or anything like that?
No.
As a matter of fact, on the night that this happened, there was no hostility between them,
No.
right? Right up until the sort of fight started between you and her.
Yeah.
Mike had never threatened her or hit her or been mean to her in any way.
Not that I know, because they just had got together some kind of way. I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I said they just had got together, so I'd never seen them do nothing with her, talk to her.
Right, but
Any
they
kind
just
of
be
way.
nice to each other.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that on the night that this happened, that it sounds like only you and Theresa were drinking, right?
Yes.
When you and Mike got back from Publix, you mentioned earlier that Theresa was already pretty
Yeah.
drunk.
Yeah.
Do you remember what she was drinking?
I don't even drink it. Hold on. Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan, a rum?
Yes.
And do you know if it was a handle or just a regular bottle?
Regular bottle.
I'm sorry?
Regular bottle.
A regular bottle.
Yeah.
And she had drunk what?
I don't know how much.
You didn't know how much, but it was quite a bit.
Yeah.
And were you drinking the same thing that night?
Yes.
All right. Now, so at the time, you and Joyce had been married for how long? Do you recall?
Or about a year or two, about a year.
You're not married now, right?
Still married.
You're still married? Okay. All right, so the evening that this happens, you guys, your wife, Mr. Hunter, and Theresa Green were in your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you're playing music.
Yes.
You have some kind of stereo or boombox
Yes.
or something along those lines. You're playing
Yes.
some music. And Theresa goes, your wife, Joyce Butler, goes to bed around 10 o'clock.
Somewhere around there.
So you had, the party, or this get-together had been going on for a little while before she went to bed.
Yes.
But she didn't have anything to drink.
No.
Now, you mentioned in your direct that you were pretty hungover the next morning,
Mm-hmm.
to the extent that you tried going to the Walgreens to get some Alka-Seltzer for your hangover. Now, would it be fair to say that your recollection of all the details of that evening might be slightly clouded by the fact that you were pretty intoxicated?
No.
Is that a yes?
No.
No? You think your recollection of that evening is clear?
Yes.
Okay. So if anyone else said that when you struck Theresa Green on the nose or on the face, that you caused her nose to bleed, that would not be true.
It won't be true.
You don't have any recollection of that ever happening at all.
No, not her bleeding or nothing.
And you don't have, do you have any recollection of slamming the bedroom door to your wife's bedroom?
No.
Or knocking over stuff inside your apartment, like
No.
a fan and whatnot?
No.
You don't have any recollection of how the Theresa Green's blood ended up on the frame outside of your apartment?
No.
But your testimony here today is that it was definitely not from your having struck her and
No, it wasn't.
a bloody nose.
No.
So your testimony here today is that Theresa Green, who was quite intoxicated, after she slapped you and you slapped her back, or tapped, as you said, slapped her back, she turned her wrath on Mr. Hunter. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she decided to take out her anger on him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, or do you have any recollection of Mr. Hunter trying to prevent her from attacking you?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that at all?
That didn't happen.
So if anybody else said that, that would not be true either.
That won't be true.
You have no recollection of the two of you exchanging quite a few words, hostile words between you. I mean, you and Theresa Green on that evening.
No.
No, it was just a random slap for no apparent reason at all.
Yes.
Now, your story here today is that Theresa Green was on the landing outside of your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she was in a struggle with Mr. Hunter.
No, she wasn't struggling yet. What happens, he stepped on the first step. She was on the main landing, and she asked him, why you let Joe hit me? And then she said, you hit him first, and he just tapped you anyway. So next thing you know, she put her foot up and kicked him, and he grabbed her foot, and they went downstairs.
Now, was he, according to your recollection now, was he facing her
Yes.
when he fell back?
Yes.
So he fell over backwards
Yeah.
down the
But he
stairs.
had grabbed her leg, and they fell together.
And so she fell over the top of him, presumably,
Yeah, something
on the
like
way down the stairs.
Something like that. Yeah.
Now, in the photograph there, she appears to be a fairly substantial woman. In other words, she was not a thin, frail
No, she was.
individual. She was
Yeah.
pretty hefty.
Yeah.
And she fell over the top of him.
I don't know exactly what it is, but I know they both went downstairs.
Well, I mean, you were standing there watching.
Yeah, I was standing there.
Okay. So she didn't just walk down the stairs, she
You
fell
got
down.
pulled downstairs.
I'm sorry?
You got pulled
She
downstairs.
got pulled downstairs, she fell down with him.
Yes.
Down the stairs, all the way down to the
All the way
bottom.
to the end.
So would it be fair that they were tumbling as
Yeah.
they were falling down?
Yes, yes.
All the way down to the bottom, which is a
Bottom.
concrete landing.
And, yeah. Mhm.
At that point, you decided that, you'd had enough of this and you were
Yeah,
closing the door.
yeah. Cleaned it up.
And according to you, Lisa Moore, who is, she's not actually your daughter, correct? She's your stepdaughter?
Yes,
She's Joyce Butler's
yes.
daughter. At that point, Lisa Moore was not there?
Not yet, I don't think.
You don't think so?
Uh-uh.
Okay. So she wouldn't have seen
No.
that
The only person
event.
saw it there was Joyce.
I'm sorry?
Joyce have seen that.
Joyce would have seen it.
Yeah.
So, at this stage of the game, you've decided you've had enough of this. Do you remember, Joyce's son showing up that evening?
Son,
Her son?
no, not that evening.
Not that evening?
Not that
So
I know of.
You would never have talked to him or anything along those
I'm
lines?
gonna object, but which evening are we talking about?
Yeah, 'cause
The evening of the fall, the
Hmm?
evening of the party at your house. The same evening, we're talking after, sometime after 2:30 in the morning.
uh-uh,
Do you remember her son showing up?
no,
Or talking to him about anything at all?
no.
Did you know that Lisa Moore's son was staying in Theresa Green's apartment?
Theresa Green's son was staying there?
No, Lisa Moore. At that time, Lisa Moore had a son, correct?
Yes,
And do you remember how old he was
about
back then?
8 or 9, somewhere around
8
there.
or 9 years old? Do you remember seeing him that night at all?
No, not at that place there, no.
I'm sorry?
No,
No, you don't remember seeing him that
uh-uh.
night? Okay. So after you close the door on this whole scene, did you go immediately to bed?
Yes. No, I took another drink and then I went to bed.
You had another drink?
Yeah.
And then you went to bed?
Yeah.
When you went to bed, or in the course of your having a drink, presumably that took you more than a few minutes,
Mm-hmm.
right? You weren't just doing shots, right?
No.
So you took your time, you had a drink, and then you decided to go to bed. Now, while you were in your apartment, after you had closed the door, basically decided you didn't want to hear anything more about this, and you were having a drink and then went to bed, it would be fair to say you didn't hear anything coming from Teresa's apartment, any noise coming from Teresa's
No.
apartment, any yelling or anything like that?
No.
Anything that would have alerted you?
No. I
You
heard.
didn't hear a crash,
No.
like a loud bang?
No.
Something like a piece of furniture falling over or someone being smashed into a wall? You never heard that?
No.
So you had no reason to go check on the apartment at
No.
all?
No.
So we're sometime after 3 o'clock in the morning, would that be fair? Is when you finally get to sleep?
Maybe about right.
Okay, I mean, it's late, whatever it is, it's
Yeah.
really late. So the next thing you know, this is what you've testified to today, is that Mr. Hunter comes knocking on your door trying to wake you up.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that your wife, Joyce, let him into the apartment?
Not the first time.
Not the first time.
No.
So who would have answered the door and known who it was at the door?
She answered the door.
Okay. And you're still asleep?
Yeah.
So you don't actually know this. This is what Joyce told you.
Yeah, she came, yeah, right at that time. She told me, and I told her, I said, well, I'm not going within the car that I open this time of morning.
Okay, so the first time that you are told that Mr. Hunter is coming to see you, or he's at your door and asking you for a favor, is pretty early in the morning.
Yeah.
Right? About 7 o'clock.
No,
Earlier than that,
yes.
6 o'clock.
I think it was 5.
5 o'clock in the morning? Okay, did you ever tell anybody that that happened at 5 o'clock in the morning?
I'm not one for sure, but I know it was around that time. It was early.
And how did you know? Did you look at your watch?
Yes.
Or did you-
When I looked at the watch, at my clock on the wall, it was saying something like 5 or
So
something.
you've been asleep for a couple of hours.
Yes.
And it's still dark.
Yes.
And again, did you ever tell anyone, any detective, that this, Mr. Hunter had come trying to wake you up at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Not that I know of.
No. Is that because your memory is better today, or because it was better back then?
But yeah, it probably was better back then.
It would have been better back then, right?
Mhm.
So, and that's the kind of thing that you would have thought was important to tell law enforcement, right? Because it helps to set the time frame of when things are happening.
Yeah, I told him everything I knew.
Okay. Eventually, though, according to you, you got up and you talked to Mr. Hunter face to face, correct?
Yeah.
And according to you, your recollection is that Mr. Hunter asked you to follow him and Theresa in the van, that you needed to go somewhere, that he needed to go somewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, he needed to go take see, we had already discussed this the day before.
You'd already discussed what the day before?
Take the car back to the car lot, so she didn't want the car no more. So we was gonna do that the next day. So,
All right, let me get this straight. It's your testimony today is that you and Mr. Hunter had planned
no,
to take the car back to
no,
the car lot?
me and Mr. Hunter didn't plan anything.
Okay,
It was me and her,
you and Theresa Green?
yes. She wanted me to follow, cause he had the van.
I'm sorry?
He had the van, she wanted me to follow them in the car, so they can take the car back to the car lot.
All right, so, I'm sorry. So, you had discussed with Theresa Green
Mm-hmm,
that she was going to take the car back to a car lot,
yes,
and that she needed you to follow her in the van,
mm-hmm,
and that you were gonna give her a ride back from this car lot.
yes,
Now, I'm assuming when you say car lot, that you mean like a used car lot. I'm guessing that she had bought, according to you, she had bought this car from a used car lot and was not able to make the payments or something and was giving it back.
I have no idea what she had doing with the car, but she wanted to take it back, that's all I know.
She wanted to take it back. Now, have you ever told anyone this story about you're having a conversation with Theresa Green to return her car to a car lot the next day? You ever told anyone this story?
I told my wife.
You told your wife?
Yeah.
So she would have known this?
Yes,
And since it's kind of important what happened with her car, presumably she would have told the police this story as well.
I don't know.
Now, when you talked to the police once, and then twice, and then when you were deposed by attorneys before us, you never told anyone this story about you and Theresa Green taking a car back to a car lot. Isn't that correct?
Yeah,
So this is the first time that you've told anyone about this.
probably is, yes.
So according to you, when Mr. Hunter came to see you that morning and said, I need you to follow me and Theresa in the van, then what you assumed was that the car was being returned to a car lot and he was just helping along,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
You never told law enforcement, though, that that's what you thought, correct?
No,
So when Mr. Hunter, according to you, wakes you up that morning and tells you, I want you to follow me and Theresa in in her car, and I want you to drive my van. At no point that morning did you ever see Theresa
no,
in the car.
no,
She wasn't in the van with you.
no,
Now, you told detectives that that concerned you, that you didn't see Theresa,
yeah, that did concern me.
because you were worried that something had happened to her.
I didn't know nothing happened at the time.
You didn't what?
Didn't know nothing had happened to her at the time.
When Mr. Hunter showed up that morning to speak to you, in fact, you told law enforcement that you saw no injuries on Mr. Hunter whatsoever. Isn't that correct?
Not at that time, I didn't.
I'm sorry?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Just a moment, Your Honor. When on December 29th, this is the same, the second interview when the law enforcement spoke to you, they asked you how Mike was acting that morning when he came to wake you up. Your answer was, he acted like regular Mike to me. You didn't act no different.
Right.
That sound right?
Mm-hmm.
And they asked you, you see any blood on him? Said, no, nothing. That sound right?
Right?
At no point during that interview or any other interview that you ever came, have you ever told anyone that Mr. Hunter had a red mark on his face, as you testified on direct here this morning?
No, I didn't.
You've never told anyone
No.
that? When law enforcement asked you about the fact that Theresa was not, in fact, in that car and was not there, isn't it true that at that point you suspected that something had happened to Theresa?
When she was what now?
I'm sorry?
Repeat that?
Your story is that Mr. Hunter came, got you up, and said to you, I need you to follow me and Theresa in the van, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
I'm sorry that, I'm not trying to be a bother about that. It's just that when the court reporter transcribes
Yeah.
things, comes out as M.
Yeah.
And nobody can tell later on if it was a yes or a no. So
Okay.
that's why and I do this with all witnesses, not just yourself, sir. So that morning, he comes, wakes up, says, I need you to follow me and Theresa. You'll be in the van. And then you don't see Theresa.
I didn't even see the car until I get at the door. You got the car around the corner.
So he's already driving the car and he's around the corner?
He's around the corner. When I pulls up behind him, he takes off.
Okay. So, but again, my point was you never saw Theresa in the car. You
No.
never saw when you got to the
No.
parking lot at the Walgreens.
No.
You never saw her.
No.
And isn't it a fact that you told the police that morning, after you told them that you hadn't noticed any injuries on Mr. Hunter, that, quote, in my mind, they did something, they had done something to Theresa, really? Like you were actually concerned that something might have happened to her.
Yeah, because the way he came back and got in the van and left the car there,
Right.
and I said,
And
oh.
she was nowhere in sight.
Yeah, and I said, oh, man. And that's when he told me, he said, he messed up. And I told
And
him,
that's as far as he
I
got.
told him I don't want to hear it. Take me back home.
You didn't want to hear it.
No,
You didn't want to know what might
I
have
didn't
happened to
wanna
your
know.
next door neighbor and your friend.
I didn't want to know nothing,
You didn't want to know nothing.
nothing.
Did it ever occur to you that Theresa Green's body might be in that car?
Thought about it on the way back.
You thought about it on the way
Yeah.
back. Now, Mr. Hunter, you had known for, I think you said earlier, about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
He never promised you anything to get you to do this, correct?
No,
He never threatened you in any way.
no,
He never offered you money
No,
or anything
no.
to help him do this thing that you claimed happened that day.
never did nothing.
You just believed that you just didn't want to get involved in any of this.
I didn't.
Would it be fair of me to guess that some of that might have to do with the fact that if you got involved in something like this criminally, that you could lose your apartment and your job?
All that.
All that.
And then plus, I didn't want to be sitting in here.
You didn't want to be sitting in here. So, the party happens
Wasn't
Saturday
no party.
night. Saturday night.
Wasn't no party.
No party, the get together. Is that
Call
okay?
it that.
Get together?
Yeah.
With drinking and music happens it's actually early Sunday morning, correct?
Yes.
And early Sunday morning in daylight is when you and Mr. Hunter go to the Walgreens, according to you.
Yes.
So you get back to your apartment, and you went right back to bed, right?
Yes.
Because you were hungover from the night.
Mm-hmm.
You told Joyce, your wife, that Mr. Hunter said, I messed up.
Yes.
And she didn't ask you what that meant.
Well, I told her that. I said I didn't see Theresa.
I'm sorry? You
I
didn't
told.
see
Yeah,
Theresa.
I didn't see Theresa. I said,
But you didn't say anything to her about your suspicions that something might have happened to Theresa.
yeah, I told her something might have happened. Yeah.
And her response to that was, well, if you're not talking, I'm not talking.
I don't know about that part.
No? Did she say, why are we not calling the police right now?
No.
Did she say, if you don't call the police, I'm calling the police?
No.
As a matter of fact, neither one of you ever did call the police.
No.
right? Octavius Hayes called the police,
Yes.
her son,
Mm-hmm.
middle school
Yes.
age son. Had you and Joyce agreed that if and when Octavius showed up, which is bound to happen, that neither one of you would confirm to him your suspicions or say anything to him about what had happened?
We didn't make no plans like that.
But somehow, when he shows up at your door that morning,
Yeah.
Monday morning, after Teresa's been missing now for 36 hours or more, when he knocks on your door and says to you, have you seen my mom? Your response, and Joyce's response was, we ain't seen her.
No, we didn't see it. We didn't see her since Saturday. That's something like that. We hadn't seen her that day.
Sir, you gave a statement to the police, I've been referring to already, the very first one that happened on May 28th after midnight. And the detectives were asking you about what happened, what happened when Octavius shows up. And they asked you on page 13 of your transcript, you were asked, did he come by, he being Tate, or Octavius, as he was known, did he come by within the last couple of days and say he found the door open or anything like that? And you said, no, he didn't tell me that. That's when he came this morning and said, you seen my mama? And I said, I haven't seen her.
That day I hadn't seen him.
Right, yeah, you hadn't seen her that day. You didn't tell law enforcement, and you didn't tell Octavius that you had seen her on Saturday night at your house. You didn't tell him that.
No,
You didn't tell him that you hadn't seen her since that Saturday night.
no.
You didn't tell him about the fight that happened, essentially, between you and her, and how she slapped you and you slapped her back, and how she and Mr. Hunter fell down the stairs, and you didn't tell him about any of that.
About none of that.
And neither did Joyce, right?
No.
Your wife.
Mr. Marrero, it's been about 2 hours. I probably need to give the jury a break.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll be brief after that.
I will give you a 15-minute break at this time. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. And I will give you a recess in the jury deliberation room for 15 minutes.
I got a foot problem.
You can put this.
I'm saying my foot.
Okay.
I need to do something to him.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Sir, if you don't want to walk around any, feel free to stay right there. Mr. Marrero, you may resume.
I'm almost done, Mr. Butler, so you can relax. You knew that Mr. Hunter was renting a room from Humphrey Moore, the guy who was actually on the lease in the apartment downstairs, right?
Yes.
And you knew that Mr. Moore's lease was expiring, and so at the end of that month, they were going to have to move out.
Yes.
Both of them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you knew that. And that little get-together, you guys were doing that partially because Mr. Hunter was leaving and you wouldn't be seeing him again?
No, not really.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you know what a buccal swab is, or a buccal swab?
Oh, what? No.
Yeah. When law enforcement want to test people's DNA,
Mm-hmm.
they have a little kit, and it includes something that looks like a long Q-tip.
Mm-hmm.
You put it in your mouth,
Yeah.
scrape it,
Mm-hmm.
skin inside. I guess it's called buccal cells. That's what we have in our mouth. They scrape that, and then they put it in a little
Yeah.
sleeve, and then they send it off to the lab to compare. You've seen that, right? Maybe on TV or something. Law enforcement asked you if you would submit to having your DNA tested, right?
Yeah.
And you said you wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Follow-up questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Are you and Joyce Butler now separated?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize you were still married, so I apologize for that. That was my mistake earlier. When you first spoke with the detectives, did you tell them about the defendant coming over the next morning and following him to Walgreens?
I think I did.
I'll show you a copy of your transcripts from that interview starting on page
At least I thought I did.
7. Take a look at that. Let me know if that refreshes your memory as far as whether you told the police about that. Did you tell them about it?
Yeah.
And Mr. Barrera asked you some questions about Ms. Green's son, Octavius, coming over.
Yeah.
And did he ask you if you had seen his mom?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what'd you tell him?
I didn't know, not that day. Not.
And the last time you had seen Ms. Green was after they tumbled down the stairs.
Yes.
And when you last saw her, was Ms. Green up and walking and fine?
Yes, sir.
And who was she with?
It was with Mike.
At the time that you talked to Octavius Hayes, did you have any direct knowledge or any proof that Ms. Green was injured or deceased?
No.
Did you have any indication that she was actually in the trunk of her car?
I know I haven't seen all that.
So when did you feel the need to tell Octavius, hey, look, I have no proof of this, I'm just speculating that your mom may be dead in the trunk of the car?
No.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
Just, I have one last recross.
Approach, please.
If I-
We have a question from the jury. I will need to see the attorneys up here, please. Sir, one question for you. Who paid for the meat at Publix?
I do.
Thank you. Any follow-up on that issue on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go, sir.
I can go home?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Lisa Moore.
Thank you, Judge Green. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. Morning. Ma'am, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Lisa Moore, Moore.
Thank you. Fire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living now?
Right now, I am a transit driver.
Do you know a woman named Joyce Butler?
Yes,
Who is she in relation to you?
she is my mother.
Do you know a man named Joseph Butler?
Yes, I do.
Who is he in relation to you?
Joseph is my mother's husband.
Let me direct your attention back to May of 2002. Where were you living back then?
At the time, I believed I lived in Orlando, in some apartments off of Forest City Road.
Where did your mom and stepdad, or your mom and your mother's husband, Joseph, live back then?
They lived in, I believe they were called Bay Run or something to that extent. It was in Orlando.
Was that off of Cornell Avenue, do you remember?
Correct.
Was that an apartment complex?
Yes.
And did they live upstairs or downstairs?
They lived upstairs.
About how far away did you live from that apartment complex?
I would say driving distance, maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Back in 2002, you visited them frequently.
Yes.
Did you also know a woman named Theresa Green?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
She was my mother's neighbor.
How long had you known her prior to her death?
I had not known her prior to her death. I guess however long she was my mother's neighbor.
Were you close with Miss Green, or just kind of saw her when you came over to visit?
Yes, just whenever I saw her.
Had you been in her apartment around the time that she was murdered?
I can't say that I have and can't say that I didn't. I don't recall.
Let me direct your attention to Saturday evening, May 25th, 2002, into the early morning hours of Sunday, May 26th. Was there some kind of a get-together at your mom's apartment that evening into the next morning?
Yes.
And do you remember what the purpose of that get-together was?
I'm thinking just a friends gathering, kind of music.
Did you go to that apartment during that get-together at some point?
At some point, yes, I did.
And when you arrived, who was there?
My mother, Joseph, Miss Green, and Mr. Hunter.
What did you know Mr. Hunter as back then? What name?
Oh, we knew him as Mike.
And I know it's been many years, but do you see Mr. Hunter or Mike in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
White shirt, glasses,
Does he have a jacket on or no jacket?
no jacket.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I'm showing you what's been introduced is into evidence as states 10. I don't know if you can see it in your screen, it might be behind you.
Yes,
Do you recognize the person in that photo?
yes,
Who is that?
Mr. Hunter.
Do you remember whether Ms. Green and the defendant were dating back then?
They were together, so I assume that maybe they were seeing each other.
And where did the defendant live in relation to your mom and Joseph Butler?
Downstairs.
Do you remember the apartment number?
I do not.
Do you remember the name Humphrey Moore?
Yes,
And where did Humphrey Moore live?
downstairs.
Did the defendant kind of move into Humphrey Moore's apartment at some point?
Yes,
Do you have a son?
I do.
What's his name?
Rayshawn.
Back in May of 2002, how old would he have been?
He was school age. He's 29 now, so
When was he born? What year?
96.
96, 2002, put him around 6 or so? give or take.
Yes,
Was your son at the apartment that night as well?
yes,
Okay. And your mom and stepdad's apartment, or your mom and Joseph's apartment?
yes,
Was he ever in Miss Green's apartment that night?
no.
So what was going on when you arrived at this get-together?
Just music, talking, you know, probably a little drinking.
Were you drinking, do you remember?
No,
What about your mom?
she probably wasn't.
Did she have to work the next morning?
I believe so.
And what about Joseph? Was he drinking?
Yes,
What about the defendant? Do you remember seeing him drink?
probably. I'm not. It's been too long.
Okay, not sure?
Not sure.
That's fine. What about Miss Green? Do you remember if she was drinking?
Unsure.
What was your mom doing during this get-together, since she had to work the next morning?
I believe at some point in time she was probably headed to the room to go to sleep.
At some point, did your mom kind of get upset and say, hey, I gotta get up the next morning, we need to shut this down?
Yes.
Okay, what happened at that point?
You know, her just coming out asking, can we just go ahead and turn the music down, maybe wanting to wrap things up, you know, because she had to go to work. That's what I can remember thus far.
Did that make Joseph a little mad?
I believe it did.
Okay. At some point before everybody left, still inside the apartment, did anything physical happen between Joseph and Miss Green?
I believe so, yes.
What do you remember happening?
Some type of argument about what, I'm not sure. And I believe there was a hit in the face.
You remember who hit who?
I believe it was Miss Green hitting Joseph.
Remember Joseph hitting her back?
I don't.
If that could have happened, would you disagree with that?
No,
Could have happened?
it could have.
Do you remember anything going on or anything that was said between Theresa Green and Joseph that caused this to happen?
I don't remember.
What happened after this slapping incident?
More arguing and, you know, everybody getting ready to leave out of the apartment.
Did Theresa Green and the defendant walk out to the stairwell?
Yes, they end up leaving.
And what happened at the stairwell?
More disagreement between the two of them, and at some point they fell down the stairs.
Disagreement between the two of who?
Ms. Green and Mr. Hunter.
Do you remember anything specific about that disagreement?
I do not.
That's okay. So you said they tumbled down the stairwell?
Correct.
Do you remember how that happened, or did you see what caused that to happen, or you just know it did?
Yes, I just saw it happen.
And what do you remember?
As far as them falling, they were both kind of facing each other. You know how, like, if you're on a seesaw, you're facing each other? That's how they fell going down the stairs.
Did they fall all the way down to the bottom?
To the very end, yes.
Once they reached the bottom, what did you see happen between the two of them?
I really don't remember. Probably just more arguing between the two of them.
Did it appear that anybody was seriously injured?
No,
Anybody crying, screaming, shouting out in pain, anything like that?
no.
Did you see where the defendant and Ms. Green went after they made it to the bottom of the stairs and got up?
Into her apartment.
Okay, so they came back up the stairs and went in her apartment?
Yes.
And where were you at this point to see this?
Probably somewhere in the hallway. Not even sure if it was either upstairs or downstairs. Could have been up at the top of the stairs.
Did you see any injuries on either one of them as they passed you to go into the apartment?
No, not that I could visually see.
Where is they went into Ms. Green's apartment?
Yes,
Okay. Where is Ms. Green's apartment in relation to your mom and Joseph's?
it's across the hall.
What did you do at that point regarding your son?
I did go put him downstairs into the car.
Where'd you get him from?
I believe he was probably in one of the other bedrooms.
Of your mom and Joseph's apartment?
Yes,
Okay. So you go in there, you get your son, and you take him where?
downstairs to the car.
As you were doing that, could you hear anything coming from Theresa Green's apartment?
At some point in time, I did hear a little, some words being said, coming from the door.
From behind the door?
Correct,
Or from inside the apartment?
correct.
Could you tell who, I'm assuming the voice was raised, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Could you tell whose voice you heard? Was it the defendant's or Theresa's, or both?
I don't remember. It could have been both.
After putting your son in the car, what did you do?
I was attempting to go back to my mother's apartment. Joseph was still upset, said some things to me. I don't know if I was attempting to make a phone call or something. I was just concerned about my mother, so that's why I was going back up to mainly check on her.
And you wanted to use the phone?
Yes.
I'm
I
assuming
think
that-
I think my phone had died, or I can't remember what the issue was.
Back in '02, did you even have a cell phone?
I don't even remember. Maybe a pager or something. It's been too long. I don't
Okay.
recall.
Were you able to ever go in your mom and Joseph's apartment to use the phone?
No.
Okay. Who'd you want to call?
I was attempting to call my brother.
Why?
I wanted him to come and stop by just to make sure everything was okay with my mother, because again, Joseph was still upset. I just wanted to make sure that her well-being was okay and that he didn't take his frustration or anger out on her.
After you tried to get into the apartment to use the phone, did you knock on Theresa Green's door?
Yes.
What happened?
Mr. Hunter came to the door. I'd asked, could I use the phone, and suggest that I didn't come in, I guess, because, she was, calming down.
That's what the defendant told you?
Correct. Something to that extent. Again, it's been years.
Did you see Miss Green anywhere at that point?
No,
Were you able to go inside the apartment?
no,
Did he kind of like open the door and just talk you through the doorway?
correct.
I understand. So once the defendant told you it was best for you not to come into that apartment, what did you do?
I believe I probably went back downstairs or maybe attempted to go back to my mother's apartment.
Were you ever able to go back into your mother's apartment?
I don't recall.
Did you ever go back and knock on Miss Green's door a second time?
Yes,
And what happened?
I didn't get an answer.
Did you hear anything from inside the apartment at that point?
No,
Do you remember about what time Sunday morning you finally would have left with your son?
I do not.
Okay. Was it early morning hours? Was it dark out still?
It was still dark out.
Was that night the last time you ever saw Theresa Green?
Yes.
Did you ever see the defendant again after that night?
No.
Do you know a man named Henry Fields or Pete?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Pete?
I believe he was a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
A couple of days later, did a female detective come and show you an array of 6 different photographs and asked if you could pick out Mike?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Approach.
May.
Show me what you marked as Stacy, so that P is in Paul. Take a look at that document and let me know if you recognize your writing and your signature and your initials. Did you pick out the person that you knew as Mike?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Farrell, this is a true and correct copy of the document you filled out?
Yes.
No more questions. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good morning.
Do you also go by the name Lisa Moore Turner? Or is that, I'd seen your name listed that way, so I didn't know.
During the time of the incident, my name was Moore. I got married at some time, and it was Turner, but now it is Moore.
Okay,
Back to Moore.
I'll call you Ms. Moore,
Thank you.
certainly. Ms. Moore, you never saw the person you knew as Mike to be violent with Theresa Green, correct?
Correct.
And you did see Theresa Green verbally and physically argue with other men that she had in her life.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Approach, please. Sustained.
Your parents had lived in apartment 12 for about 2 years at the time of this incident?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Your mother and your stepfather had lived in apartment 12 for about 2 years at the time of this incident in May of 2002.
Yes.
And you indicated that your son was about 6.
Yes.
And do you remember what time you got to your mother's apartment that night?
I do not. I do know that it was late. It was in the evening time, night.
Was it after 10 o'clock?
It's possible.
And did your son go to sleep in your mother's apartment while you guys were all listening to music and talking?
He could have been there maybe visiting my mother, but like I said, in another room outside of the living area.
And at some point, your mother came out of the bedroom and asked Joseph to turn the music down?
Yes.
And Joseph got mad?
Yes.
Did he kick a lamp over?
I don't recall.
Did he break a fan?
I don't recall.
Did he open the door and ask everyone to leave?
I believe so, yes.
And is that when Theresa Green slapped him?
At some point, yes, I believe so.
Did it shock you that she slapped him?
I can't say that it did or it didn't.
And you said on direct examination that you don't recall Joseph slapping her back,
Yes, I don't. It's been too long.
that he could have.
It's possible.
And then there was words or argument, I guess. At that point, the person that you knew as Mike tried to step between Theresa Green and Joseph, correct?
Correct.
And that's when they were on the little landing at the top of the steps between the two apartments?
Yes.
And when you said they were facing each other like a teeter-totter, the person you knew as Mike, his back was to the stairs?
Back, no, Miss Green is, whose back was towards the stairs.
Miss Green's back was to the stairs, and they both went tumbling down the stairs.
Correct.
And did they tumble over top of each other to get to the bottom?
No, they both just kind of slid down facing each other, not a tumble.
And
They
so
slid
she
down.
slid down on her back?
They were on their bottoms.
Okay.
Hmm.
Did you see her hit her head?
No.
And you said when they got to the bottom that they got up and continued to have, that Miss Green continued to verbally argue.
Yes.
And then they went back into apartment 11,
Yes.
and that you then went and retrieved your son from apartment 12,
Correct. Yes.
and you brought him downstairs and put him in your car.
That's correct. Yes.
And at that point, then you went back up to check on your mother.
Yes.
And at some point, you knocked on the door, and that's when the person you knew as Mike answered the door and said that she was calming down. Was that was after you had heard the noises, the verbal arguing that was coming from apartment 11, correct?
Yes.
And at the time he said she was calming down, were things calming down?
I would assume I didn't really hear much going on.
You never, during any of that, heard a loud banging or crashing sound, like someone crashing through a wall?
No.
And you then, your son was down in your vehicle? down there?
Correct. Yes.
Had you already called your brother at that point?
I do not recall.
Your brother eventually showed up, though, correct?
Yes, he did.
And this was all around 3 in the morning on Sunday morning?
It could have been. I just know it was late. I really don't recall the time.
And you recall going to apartment 11 and knocking one more time, but receiving no answer? That was-
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you downstairs at the bottom of the stairwell by your car talking to your brother or another neighbor from the complex? You remember that?
I do not. Could have been my brother, but I don't remember.
Do you recall seeing the lights on or off in apartment 11?
I don't recall.
And then you went back and checked on your mother one last time before you left?
Yes.
And did you ever see the person that you knew as Mike leave apartment 11 and go back to his apartment, which was downstairs?
No, I did not.
Could that have happened while you were in apartment 12 checking on your mother?
It's possible.
And eventually, at some point, 3 or 3:30 in the morning, you left, correct?
Correct.
Did you leave at the same time that your brother left?
I don't remember.
And the whole reason you called your brother was to check on your mother because you were concerned about Joseph's angry behavior.
That is correct.
If I may have just a moment.
you. Any redirect?
Not from the state bar.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? None. You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. State, do you have any short witnesses, or is this a good time to take a lunch break?
The next witness would be Octavius Hayes. This might be a good time to go ahead and break for lunch, Judge.
All right.
He's
Then,
gonna be a little bit, he would go a little bit past 12, I believe, and.
and then cross-examination.
Probably as good a time as any to break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give you a break at this time for lunch. I'm going to ask that you be back at the location designated by the court deputies at 1:15, and we will resume this trial promptly at 1:15. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return.
Jury exiting.
All right, folks, we'll resume at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
seated. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Octavius Hayes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You can be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Octavius Hayes, Hayes.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you related or were you related to Theresa Green?
That was my mother.
Do you recall in 2002 where you and your mother were living?
In Bay Run Apartments in College Park.
Is that on Cornell Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the apartment number, sir?
No, I don't.
If I told you apartment 11, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it will.
In 2002, how old were you, sir?
13.
In middle school.
Yes. 8th grade.
Now, let's go back and think about Memorial Day weekend, 2002. What did you do that weekend?
I went over to some friend's house. I was over there for a few days.
So you spent the night with friends, in other words?
Yes.
And on Memorial Day, which would have been Monday, May the 27th, did you return to your and your mom's residence at Bay Run Apartments?
Yes.
What did you find when you arrived?
Well, for starters, there were holes in the wall. Her purse was scattered over the bed. Basically, I knew something happened.
Do you recall finding your mother's watch in the apartment?
I'm not sure.
After you went in the apartment and realized that something was amiss, what did you do next?
I called my grandma,
And what's your grandmother's name?
Lida Jones.
Did Ms. Jones actually enter the apartment while you were there?
Yes, she came.
And let me ask you this, was it unusual for Ms. Lida Jones to actually be in the apartment where you and your mother resided?
Yes.
She was in there frequently?
Well, no, she wasn't in there frequently, but at times she came over there.
Okay,
How many times, I don't know.
fair enough. And after your grandmother arrived, what happened next?
Basically, the police was called, and it's pretty much a blur from there.
Okay. Did you know an individual by the name of Mike who lived in the same area?
Downstairs, beneath us.
And was he an acquaintance of your mother's?
No. No,
Mike was not an acquaintance of your mother's?
no.
Do you recall having been shown a series of photographs by law enforcement?
Yes.
I may approach, Your Honor, and show the witness what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O that has previously been shown to the defense.
You may.
Mr. Hayes, let me ask you to take a look at this exhibit, which is marked for identification as State's Exhibit O. Do you recognize this photo array?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
When did you see it?
Not too long ago after she was murdered.
And was this shown to you by law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall which officer showed it to you by chance?
No, I don't. It could have been Pucci.
Okay.
Officer Pucci.
Now, sir, who is Loretta Tomlin? Is she an acquaintance of yours or your mother's?
It's my mother's sister.
And how about Rosemary Jones? Is she an acquaintance of your
Sister
mother's?
as well.
Sister?
Mhm. Loretta would have been the oldest daughter, my mom would have been the middle daughter, and Rosemary Jones would have been the youngest.
Okay, now let me ask you one other thing, Mr. Hayes. Have you ever been convicted of a felony or of a crime involving dishonesty or false statement?
Yes,
How many times?
one time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes.
How you doing?
The person, did you know the guy that lived downstairs?
I wouldn't say I knew him. I've seen him.
Did you talk with him while he lived there?
You know, just speaking, you know what I mean? Not really holding conversations, no.
Okay, you didn't talk about your life or anything like that?
I was 13 years old.
Yeah,
You know, this is an adult we're talking about.
I understand.
Saying not too much to talk about.
Weather,
Yeah.
okay. Did you know that person's name that lived below you?
No, I can't recall.
Did you ever see that person that lived below you act violently towards your mother?
No.
When you came back to the apartment after Memorial Day, did you knock on your other neighbor's apartment, the ones that lived across the hallway? Those apartments at the top of the stairs, it's a long, narrow staircase, right? Is that, you gotta say yes.
Yes, sir.
So just the court reporter's taking down, uhs don't come out very well. Do you recall that long, narrow staircase?
Yes.
And what was the distance, do you think, between your apartment and
2 foot.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet, just enough to stand at the top of the landing?
Yes, sir.
And did you knock on the neighbor's door after you discovered your mom wasn't home?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with the neighbors?
Lisa. Spoke with Lisa, the daughter.
Lisa,
Yeah.
the daughter? And did she tell you where or when she had last seen your mother?
If I recall, it was basically like a day or so ago. I guess that would have been like a Friday or a Saturday. She's seen her coming and going, basically.
Lisa never said anything about your mom falling down those stairs
No. To me?
to you?
No.
Lisa never said anything about your mom being over at, would have been Lisa's mother's house and stepfather's house, right?
Which was next door?
Which was next door, yeah.
No.
She never said your mom was over there drinking or anything like that?
Not to me, no.
Not to you. And didn't tell you about any concerns that they may have had about your mother
No.
that night? Or concerns that Lisa may have had about her stepfather?
No.
Lisa never told you that her stepfather slapped your mom,
No.
caused her nose to bleed?
No.
If I may have just a second. Mr. Hayes, did you ever speak to Joseph Butler, Lisa's stepfather,
At what time?
that Memorial Day when you came and discovered that your house was open or unlocked?
I don't recall
You
speaking.
don't recall? Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, this witness may be released from this adjournment.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, if we might approach very, very quickly.
You may. State, you may call your next witness.
The next witness will be Detective Roy Philip Ucci.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, ma'am. Roy Filippucci, F-I-L-I, P as in Paul, U-C-C-I, Filippucci.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you employed now, sir?
I work at the Villages as a pool attendant.
As a what?
Pool attendant.
Okay. And I'm going to guess that you had a previous career to working as a pool attendant in the Villages.
Yes, sir.
What was that career, sir?
Law enforcement,
How long were you a law enforcement officer?
1992 to 2016, so 23 years, 7 months.
Okay. In which agency, which law enforcement agency did you begin work with as your career with, sir?
Orlando Police Department,
And how long did you work for the Orlando Police?
23 years, 7 months.
Where did you work in law enforcement after leaving Orlando Police Department?
I worked at Mount Dora PD.
Were you ever an investigator for the Ninth Circuit State Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Now, in 2002, specifically May of 2002, how were you employed then, sir?
I was employed as a homicide detective with Orlando PD.
In 2002, how long had you been with Orlando PD?
From 1992 to 2002,
And how long had you been assigned to the detective division?
1998 through 2005.
Is the homicide division a separate unit within the detective division?
Yes, sir.
And how long had you been a homicide detective?
2001 to 2005.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to May the 27th of 2002, which would have been Memorial Day, were you dispatched or called to respond to 3216 Cornell Avenue in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir. The Bay Run Apartments.
Which apartment within Bay Run Apartments were you to respond to?
Apartment 11.
This is in Orange County, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Within the city limits of the city of Orlando?
Yes, sir.
And when you were, well, first of all, what was the nature of the call that you were dispatched to?
I believe it's for a missing person of Miss Theresa Green.
And when you arrived on scene, were uniformed personnel already on scene?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Would that be typical that uniforms or patrol division would arrive ahead of detectives?
Yes, sir.
Once you arrived on scene, what did you start to do? What did you do?
My supervisor at that time, Sergeant Lou Tanzi, and I don't recall which other detective was with me at the time, at that moment. We entered apartment 11, and we noticed damage to a wall, an emptied out purse on a made bed, a neat apartment, except for the damage, and a watch on I believe it was a gold watch on the bathroom sink of one of the bedrooms.
And were all those items of evidence collected at your direction?
Yes, sir. I or Sergeant Tanzi.
Did you eventually develop information about a vehicle? Well, let me back up. I don't want to get the van before the horse, if you will. Did you, through the course of your investigation, ultimately develop a suspect by the name of Demorris Hunter?
Yes, sir.
And did you ultimately compile a photo pack containing a photograph of Demorris Hunter?
No, sir.
Did someone else obtain such a photo pack?
Yes.
Do you recall showing that photo pack to Theresa Ann Green's son, Octavius Hayes?
I don't recall if I was there. Detective Bergen did most of the photo lineups, and she was able to obtain that lineup from another agency.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
And Detective Filippucci, I'm showing you what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. previously been shown to defense. Take a look at this exhibit and tell me if you can recognize it, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that exhibit to be?
The initials of Octavius Hayes, and shows he is initialing the person pictured in number 3.
This time I would offer states O as the next consecutive number.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I believe that would be 13. Be admitted as State's Exhibit 13.
And Detective, before I hand this over to the clerk, do you know the name of the individual in place number 3?
I know him by 2 names.
What are those 2 names?
That would be Michael Berry and Demorris Hunter.
Thank you, sir. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
And Detective, again, the photographs are behind you on the screen, and you indicated that the individual in which position is the individual known to you as Michael Berry or Demorris Hunter?
The picture on number 3.
And that bears the initials OH,
Yes, sir.
and that is who?
Octavius Hayes,
The date is what?
May 30th, 2002.
Now, Detective, did you also develop information about a vehicle that might be in the possession of the suspect, Demorris Hunter?
2 vehicles.
Tell me about that, if you would, sir.
The first vehicle is going to be, I believe it was an Oldsmobile owned by Theresa Green. The second vehicle was a white van, a cargo van, that he has been in and he was allowed to use.
Was the cargo van ultimately reported as a stolen vehicle?
Yes, sir.
In the course of your work in connection with this case, did you obtain the tag and title history of this van?
I don't recall if I obtained that. I did find out who the owner was.
Have you had the chance to review the tag and title history?
No, sir.
I may approach with exhibit for identification Q, Your Honor, which has also been previously shown to defense.
You may.
Let me get you to take a look at this exhibit, Detective. Tell me if once you take a look at it, you recognize what that is. If you turn to the first page, you see the owner's name.
Henry Fields?
Is that an individual also known as Pete?
Yes, sir.
This is the individual who owned the van that Mr. Hunter was being allowed to use.
Yes, sir. Subsequently listed as stolen.
Let me also, sir, get you to turn to the third page, and I probably want to get your glasses. I would like for you to read the VIN number, if you would, sir.
Looks like 2GCDG15 Z as in Zulu, SN144373.
And is that the same, is that the van that belonged to Henry Fields?
If it's listed as on the registration, it would be.
An offer states Q is the next consecutive number, Your Honor. Your
And-
objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 14.
Madam Clerk. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
We do not have, may I approach the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
We do not have a PowerPoint of this if you want to pass this around. The name of the owner is on the second page and the VIN number is on the third page.
And ladies and gentlemen, any items that are admitted into evidence will be made available in the jury room during your deliberations.
Now, Detective, did you have the opportunity to attend the postmortem examination or autopsy examination of Theresa Green's body?
Sir.
And at the time of the autopsy, did you take possession of DNA standards that were collected at the time?
I believe I did. Either I or one of the crime scene techs or a second detective, but primarily me.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you what's marked for identification. State Exhibit AK to Alpha Kilo. Let me get you to take a look at this and tell us if you can identify what that is based upon the writing on the outside of the envelope.
Yes, sir. This is a sealed packet which contains evidence from the scene and or from Ms. Green. The evidence package is sealed with a red tape, tamper-proof tape. If it's tampered, it'll be noticed. I have my signature and initials on here, and it also has a date on here, which I can barely read, but it's on here as well. That's what this is.
Is that a blood sample collected at the autopsy of Theresa Ann Green?
It's a vial of blood, yes, sir.
Is it signed into evidence by you?
Yes, sir.
I would offer States AK as the next consecutive number, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 15.
Thank you, Detective. We have no further questions for you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, just on the limited fact scenario that has been brought up. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Doing well, sir. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. As far as the watch is concerned that you mentioned,
Yes, sir.
A broken watch.
Yes, sir.
Did it ever, did the information ever come across to you that the watch had been moved by Octavius Hayes?
Yes, sir.
That he had picked it up off the floor and put it on the sink?
Off the bathroom floor and put it
Off the
on
bathroom floor
Yes,
and
sir.
put it on the sink there? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, thank you. This witness may be released from this subpoena.
All right. Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, you are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
State, you may call your next witness.
Adam Schaefer.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, ma'am. Adam Schaefer, Schaefer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How were you employed?
I'm currently employed as a postal inspector with the United States Postal Inspection Service.
Is that a sworn federal law enforcement position?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a federal law enforcement officer, sir?
Since February of 2006.
Prior to February of 2006, how were you employed?
I was a patrol officer with the Orlando Police Department.
When did you start with the Orlando PD?
I was employed from late 2000 to early 2006.
Did you go directly from the Orlando Police Department to the Postal Inspector Service?
Yes, sir.
In 2002, specifically on May the 27th of 2002, what was your assignment within the Orlando Police Department?
Patrol officer.
This is uniform patrol with the marked cars that we see riding around?
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And you had been with Orlando Police Department for, what, a couple of years at that point?
Over a year.
Okay. On May the 27th of 2002, did you have the occasion to be dispatched to Apartment 11, 3216 Cornell Avenue, which is Bay Run Apartments?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene, what did you find?
We spoke with the caller, who was, I believe, Octavius Hayes, the victim's son, who indicated that he had not seen his mother in a few days.
And how old was Mr. Hayes, if you recall or can guess?
He was a teenager.
Okay. And after speaking with Mr. Hayes, what did you do?
I believe the victim's mother was also on scene. We spoke with her, and she had also not heard from the victim for a couple of days. And at that point, we basically cleared the apartment to make sure that, to see if we could identify if the victim was there and if there were any circumstances present.
Okay, and when you say cleared the apartment, just to make sure we understand, that means that you first of all made sure that Ms. Green wasn't in there, right?
Correct.
And also making sure there's no threat to law enforcement or to the public in
Correct.
the apartment.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you cleared the apartment?
While we cleared it, I observed some signs that there might have been a problem that occurred or a struggle that occurred inside. And at that point, I would have called my sergeant.
And what were those signs that you observed, sir?
I recall that there was a large dent in the drywall inside the apartment. I believe it was inside the apartment. And on one of the beds in the apartment, there was what appeared to be like a purse, a female's purse. The contents appeared that they were rummaged through or kind of dumped out.
Then you said you called your sergeant.
Yes, sir. At that point, that would have been what we would have done next.
Was that standard procedure with the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Is it still standard procedure so far?
I don't know if it is for the Orlando Police Department, but at the time it was you notify your supervisor, and at that point they would either respond or call whatever investigative, from criminal investigations, whatever unit that would need to know about the incident for any follow-up.
After you notified your supervisor or your sergeant, did other personnel from the Orlando Police Department come to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
I believe homicide.
Not necessarily by name, but just by...
I wouldn't be able to remember that far, but
Okay.
homicide detectives, I recall, arrived.
And while you were waiting on homicide detectives to arrive, did you secure the scene?
We secured the scene, and at some point, I filed my report. I believe I also completed a missing persons affidavit, which would have been entered into teletype.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No questions, sir.
Right, any questions from the jury? Seeing none, is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor, and he may be released from his subpoena to go about his business.
Thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call your next witness.
Please raise your right hand, please swear. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
First name's Barbara, last name is Bergen, B-E-R-G-I-N.
Thank you. You may inquire.
do for a living now?
I'm the executive director of Crime Line.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Manage staff, anonymous tips, organizational things.
Was there a period of time that you worked for the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, sir.
For what period of time?
I was sworn in September of '83 and retired in 2009.
And what type of job assignments did you have with Orlando PD during that time?
Patrol, field training officer, special TAC unit, and then detective for a number of years, and then I was assigned actually over to Crime Line at the end of my career.
Let me direct your attention to Monday, May 27th of 2002. Were you working for Orlando PD then?
Yes, sir.
In what role?
Homicide detective.
On May 27th of 2002, did you become involved in the case involving the then missing person and later the death of Theresa Green?
Yes, sir, I did.
Were you the lead detective, or was your role to assist another detective?
To assist the lead.
Was it common for you to work in a team on a major case like a homicide?
Yes, sir. All homicides worked as teams.
Were you also involved in the interviews of Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Miss Butler's daughter, Lisa Moore?
Yes, sir.
Were you also involved in an interview done with the Henry Fields?
Yes, sir.
As a result of those interviews, did you attempt to identify the person that those witnesses referred to as Mike?
Yes, sir.
And did you acquire information during the course of your investigation that Mike was actually a man named Demorris Andy Hunter, African-American male, date of birth 4/18 of 1966?
Yes, sir, we did.
Based on that information, did you obtain a photo pack, or a photograph of Demorris Andy Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Was that photograph placed in an array of 6 different photographs?
Yes, sir, it was.
What is that routinely called in law enforcement?
Photo pack.
All right. What do you do with a photo pack? What is its purpose?
The purpose of a photo pack is to show to witnesses to see if they can identify anybody in the photo pack.
And how do you go about, is the goal of a photo pack to find individuals with similar features?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that for a little bit?
Well, you just want to make sure that there's no outstanding differences, that they're all approximately the same age, approximately the same build, facial, similar as close as you can get, things like that.
What number photograph was the photograph of Demorris Andy Hunter?
Number 3.
Did you show that photo pack to Joseph Butler?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you explain how that happened and kind of the process that you go through, what you tell them, those kind of things?
Through my career, my process was to explain to them that we were going to show a series of pictures in a photo pack and ask them to identify anybody that they may see in that photo pack.
Do you administer a photo pack just to one person alone in a room?
Yes, sir.
Why?
So that there's no influence by anybody else at the time that they look at it.
And I'm assuming you don't give any indication as far as who's in the photo pack or what number a person is?
No, sir, just hand them the piece of paper and let them look at it.
Did you follow that process with Joseph Butler?
Yes, sir.
When you showed Joseph Butler the photo pack, actually, may I approach him?
You may.
Showing Marcus States Exhibit M as in Mary. You recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is the witness display identification form, which is also signed by me and by Joseph Butler.
And on the first page of that document is an identification form. What is that form? What information does it contain?
It has 6 slots where 6 photographs were at, and we ask them to identify the person or check the box where they identify somebody in it. And then down below, we ask them in their own words to write what they see in the photo pack.
And the second page of that exhibit, is that the actual photo pack? The array of photos?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you also ask the witness to initial and date the person that the person is identifying?
Yes, sir.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the photo pack that you showed Mr. Butler?
Yes, sir.
This kind of statement states M as in Mary into evidence as State 16.
Any- It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 16.
When you showed that photo pack to Mr. Butler, did he identify anybody?
Yes, number 3,
And who did he identify that person as being?
as Mike.
When he made that identification, was anyone there to help him or point out anybody, or
No, sir.
may I publish States 16, Your Honor?
You may.
And is this the identification page that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of, what information is written by the witness versus information you wrote?
Well, the only thing that I wrote would be my signature and the date that I signed it on. There's an X through number 3, which is where Mike was at. And then it says number 3 is Mike. This is the same person who drove Teresa's car. And I can't read it exactly, but thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
It says, this is the same person who drove Teresa's car to Sanford. He's same man, he did something wrong. And it's signed by Joseph Butler.
Showing me the second page of that same exhibit. What do we see here?
This is the photo pack that was shown to Mr. Butler.
Did Mr. Butler initial and date photograph number 3 of Demorris Hunter?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did you show a separate copy of that same photo array to Joyce Butler?
Yes, sir.
Did you follow the same process you just described to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Was she alone when you showed her that photo pack?
Yes, sir.
May I approach? Showing you as marked State's Exhibit N as in Nancy. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the identification form that was shown to Joyce Butler.
And did Ms. Butler identify anybody?
She picked number 3, same person known as Mike.
And did she also sign and date both that identification form and initial the photograph of Demorris Hunter?
Yes.
And is that document in front of you a true and accurate copy of the photo pack and identification sheet you showed to Ms. Butler?
Yes, sir.
This time, State would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 17.
No objection.
N will be 17.
May I publish?
You may.
What do we see here?
This is the identification form again by Miss Joyce Butler. She wrote, I know him by Mikey, or Mike, I guess. This is the person who drove Teresa's car on, I think that says on Sunday.
Okay. And the second page, does that also show her signature and initials by the photo of
Number 3.
Demorris Hunter? Did you show this same photo pack and photo array to a Lisa Moore?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit T as in Paul. May I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Identification form shown to Miss Moore, Lisa Moore.
Did Lisa Moore also identify the person she knew as Mike?
Yes, she picked number 3.
And that's the photo of who?
That is the photo of Mike, known as Mr. Hunter.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the photo pack and identification sheet that you showed Lisa Moore and she identified?
Yes, sir.
This time, State would move P as in Paul into evidence as 18.
No objection.
He will be 18.
May I publish?
You may.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the identification form again. The person in box 3, and is the person I know as Mike. He is the same person I saw at my mother's house and with Teresa on the date, Saturday, May 25th, signed by Lisa Moore.
And the second photo of that, what does this show?
Those are her initials identifying the person in number 3 as Mike.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Examination.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you doing?
Sir, how are you?
I'm smiling because we've known each other for a long time.
Long time. I had brown hair.
Way back, and I had some. I don't have a lot to ask you, but I know that you interviewed several witnesses in this case, including Joseph Butler and Joyce Butler,
Yes.
correct? Would it be fair to say that the first time you interviewed Joyce Butler, and I think she was the first of the people who were at the party, quote unquote, the first of the people that you interviewed, would that be right? You don't remember?
I do. That's a long time ago. I do not. I'm sorry.
All right, well, the reports say that the interview started with her sometime after midnight on Monday, the 27th. And would it be fair to say that she wasn't entirely honest with you about the story that she gave you? Do you recall that?
I don't. I'd have to read through some interview statements, I think.
Okay. Do you recall her telling you that what had happened on Sunday morning was that Mike, according to her, called her apartment and told her husband that Theresa's car was in a parking lot in Sanford? Don't remember that?
No, sir, I'm sorry. I wish I could. I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, do you remember that you interviewed her twice?
I'm sure we did, because then we had the photo.
Okay. And do you recall interviewing her twice, at least in part, because she had told you a story which was not consistent with what you'd heard from Joseph Butler? You don't remember that?
I don't.
Do you remember Mr. Butler telling you that in fact, according to him, what had happened was that Mr. Hunter had showed up at his apartment in the morning and that he had helped Mr. Hunter by following him in a van and permitting him to drop off the Theresa Green's vehicle in the Walgreens parking lot?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so you questioned Miss Butler again about that particular aspect of the story, and then she told you, yeah, I lied to you because I was afraid that we would get in trouble. Something along those lines?
That would make sense, yes, sir. We would go back and re-interview.
Sure, sure. Do you remember in a conversation with her that she told you that Joseph Butler had struck Theresa Green in the face after Theresa Green had slapped him?
I know there had been some conversation about a physical altercation out on near the stairs.
Right, and that Theresa Green, as a result of being smacked in the face, got either a bloody lip or a bloody nose and was bleeding, and that was how her blood got on the door of apartment 12 or on the lintel around there.
I don't remember those details. She would have.
Try to get you the right one. So in the second interview, which you took May 27th at 10:59 p.m., I'm going to show you page 10 of that interview. You can read as much of it as you like and see if it refreshes your recollection about what she told you.
Okay. This statement was taken by Filippucci. I was present. It says that she hauled off and hit him, and that she had been drinking, and that maybe her nose was bleeding. Yes.
And weren't you the one that asked her about that was her? So that's her blood on the door, referring to Theresa Green.
I can't. Hang on one second. Sorry.
That's okay.
trying to line up where I was speaking. Yes. So those are my questions, yes.
Okay. So later on, crime scene obviously would have tested that blood. It would have verified that in fact it was Theresa Green's blood, and now you knew where the blood came from and how it came to be on the door. Is that correct?
We knew that it was her blood on the door, yes.
Right. Well, it would stand to reason, wouldn't it, that if she had a bloody nose and got blood on her hands, presumably that's how she found out she had a bloody nose. I mean, that's how most people do it. That could explain how the blood got on the door.
It could explain it, yes.
Well, you were never given any other explanation for how the blood could have got on the door, right?
No, sir.
By any of the witnesses who were there that day?
Right.
Okay. So, Mr. Butler essentially admitted to you that he was an accessory after the fact to the crime of homicide?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
Well, given the facts that you came to understand about what Mr. Butler's admitted participation in the events that led to finding Theresa Green's body in the back of her car, that you as a law enforcement officer would have found it your duty to arrest this man and charge him with an accessory after the fact of a homicide, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, he followed a caller to Sanford. To the best of my knowledge, I was unaware of him having any knowledge of what was inside that car, sir.
So he never told you that Demorris Hunter had told him to follow him, Mr. Hunter, in the car with Theresa, and that when they got there, Theresa was nowhere to be seen, and that he suspected that something might have happened to Theresa. He never told you those things?
He did, but had no way of knowing where Theresa was or what the condition of Theresa was at the time that that statement was made.
Would you say that his retelling of the facts, or his version of the facts, is what led you to make certain conclusions about Mr. Hunter? For example, him telling you that Mr. Hunter had in fact driven the car, that Mr. Hunter had come and got him and asked him to follow him in his van. That based on your reliance on that is what you would have used, that's what you'd have used to make Mr. Hunter a suspect in this, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Any redirect?
During the course of your investigation, the whole investigation, did you have any evidence whatsoever to suggest that Joseph Butler knew Theresa Green's body was in the trunk?
No, sir. No, sir.
Don't you have to have knowledge that the crime is committed before you can be an accessory?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. State may call its next witness.
This time, Your Honor, I would request to publish the perpetuated testimony of Marissa Kuzma.
Okay.
Perpetuated testimony of Marissa Kuzma. Your graduation.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
State calls Marissa Kuzma. I don't know if you have to do anything for the audio. It was working well earlier.
Nope, I don't think so.
State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Marissa Kuzma, K-U
can hear it over the speakers. It's just not very loud. What if you turn it?
Mine's volume is maxed here.
Okay. Let me try one more thing. Try it again, see if that helps.
State calls Marissa Kuzma.
No.
That's better.
Was it better?
I think so. State calls Marissa Kuzma.
I know. That's what I did to make it louder.
State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please. My name is Marissa Kuzma, Kuzma.
Can y'all hear that? No. Okay.
We can call a witness out of order and see if we can work on this in a break.
All right. We'll call a witness out of order and I'll have AV come and figure out why we can't hear the audio well enough.
State calls Doug Thomas.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Douglas Thomas, Thomas.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living now?
Now I don't do anything. I do volunteer work.
Okay. Back, what did you do when you worked?
Okay, so I was a crime scene investigator with the Orlando Police Department for over 31 years.
For what period of time were you a crime scene investigator?
That was from 1990 until 2022, I think.
What did you do on a day-to-day basis as a crime scene investigator?
So we'd respond out to all sorts of crime scenes, death investigations, armed robberies, traffic fatalities, burglaries, and we process the crime scenes.
What does it mean to process a crime scene?
So we take photographs, we collect evidence, we dust for fingerprints, we look for DNA.
Did you often work as a team when processing a major crime like a homicide?
Yes, we did.
And why was that important to work as a team?
Well, it's much faster when you got two people working, and we take different duties throughout the crime scene as far as processing the scene.
Let me direct your attention to Tuesday, May 28th of 2002. Did you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue in Orlando to assist in processing a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And with whom did you respond and work with to process that scene?
It was CSI Gerber, but now she goes by Kuzma.
Her first name, Marissa?
Yes.
Did you enter the apartment rented by Theresa Green, specifically apartment number 11?
Yes, I did.
And during the search of her apartment, did you locate what appeared to be blood on the master bedroom door trim?
Yes.
Did you collect a sample of that blood?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Collecting the sample?
Yes, sir.
So, first off, we've got to determine whether or not that stain is blood or not blood. So we do what's called a phenolphthalein test, and it's basically a 3-chemical test. We take a small swab of the stain, and then we apply alcohol to it, like 1 drop of alcohol, 1 drop of phenolphthalein, and 1 drop of hydrogen peroxide. And if the stain turns like a pink color or a magenta color, then it's positive for blood. If it doesn't, then we know it's not blood, and we don't take a sample of it.
So how would you go about actually collecting a sample if it was determined to be blood by the phenolphthalein test?
Okay, so we use sterile swabs. It's almost like a small wooden stick with a cotton swab on the end, and we put a little bit of sterile water on the tip of it, and then we rub it over the stain to pick up as much of the stain as possible. And then once I finish doing that, we let it air dry, and then I enter it into our evidence section.
And what do you do with the cotton swab once it dries? Do you put it in a package?
Yes,
And what do you do with that package?
I submit it to our property and evidence section.
Did you follow that same procedure you just described when you collect a sample from that blood on the door trim of apartment 11?
Yes.
They approach.
You may.
So you must have marked the state's exhibit R for identification. Do you recognize that item? Sorry. First time that's happened.
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my handwriting on the front. It's got my initials across the seal on the top.
Is that currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
All right. And what is that item?
It's a blood sample from the master bedroom door frame.
Okay. And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day, except for some additional markings from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
This time, state would move states R into evidence as 19.
It will be admitted as states 19.
Did you also examine the door trim around the front door to apartment number 12 and the inside of apartment number 12 belonging to Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler?
Yes, I did.
Did the Butlers allow you and your team to go in and look around and do whatever you needed to do?
Yes, they did.
And where was their apartment in relation to Theresa Green's apartment, apartment 11?
Right across the hall.
Were photographs also taken of the Butler's residence in the door trim?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you states exhibit S as in Sam. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize these.
And what do those photographs show?
It shows the front door to the apartment, which is apartment 12. And it shows the door trim with stain on the door. And then there's a bluish floor mat on the floor with a stain.
And did those photos fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the door as well as those items you just mentioned in apartment number 12?
Yes.
This time state would move S into evidence as states 20.
Any objection?
No objections.
It will be admitted as states 20.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 20. What does this show?
That shows the apartment door to apartment 12.
Photograph 2 of states 20, you mentioned a mark on the door trim.
Yes.
Okay, what does this show?
This shows a little bit of red stain on the door.
And photograph 3 of states 20. Is it just a close-up?
That's a close-up view of the same blood.
And did you collect samples of this stain as well?
Yes.
And did you do the phenolphthalein test to make sure it was blood before you collected it?
Yes.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you states exhibit T as in Tom for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my handwriting on the front of it. It's got my initials across the seal.
And what is that item?
Blood sample from door trim at apartment 12 in the stairwell.
Is that currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
And is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it when you processed this scene? Except for some additional markings from Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yes.
This time, state would move states exhibit T as in Tom into evidence as 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
It will be admitted as states exhibit 21.
Now, we've shown you a couple items of blood samples that you collected, were those sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any involvement in the DNA analysis process at all?
No.
Okay. Showing you photo 4 of States 20. What does this show?
So this shows the floor mat on the floor, and there's a reddish stain kind of on the edge of it.
Okay. And what did you do with that stain?
I tested that for blood.
And what did you find?
It was not blood.
Okay. So did you collect anything from that stain?
No.
Were you also tasked, along with other members of your crime scene team, with processing the stairwell leading up to these 2 apartments for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 11, I believe. What does this show?
This shows the stairwell going up to apartment 12 and apartment 11.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience in attempting to lift fingerprints?
Okay, so I've probably worked over 1,000 crime scenes in the last 30-some years. I've made over 1,000 identifications to fingerprints over those years. I've had approximately more than 1,000 hours of advanced crime scene processing and techniques training. I've also got a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
So you're trained in the process that you go about when you're trying to lift fingerprints?
Yes.
Now, are there different methods that you can use depending on where the fingerprint is located?
Yes.
Okay. You're trained in all those methods?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury, using the photo generally, what areas did you attempt to lift fingerprints from?
Honestly, I really don't recall. Can I look at do you have the latent
I
print
do.
cards?
Okay,
Okay,
we'll do
because
that
that would
first.
refresh my memory.
May I approach?
May.
Showing you Mr. Martin Stacy exhibit U for identification. Can you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what does that item purport to be?
Five latent print cards. Says it was submitted by me, but I didn't submit them.
Well, in that packaging, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open that packaging up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay.
Are items often repackaged in different packages to make sure they stay together?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize the contents?
Yes.
How do you recognize the contents?
It's got my handwriting on the back of the latent print cards. It's also got my initials across the latent print tape on the card.
Okay. And how many fingerprint cards are in there?
There's a total of 5.
And are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them during the processing of the scene?
Yes.
This time, state would move you into evidence as States 22.
No objection.
It will be admitted as States 22.
You mentioned the word latent when you're talking about fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a fingerprint that is left behind onto a surface. So all humans have raised fingerprint ridges on the tips of their fingers and on the palms of their hands. Whenever you place your hand down onto a hard surface and you lift it back up, what's left on the surface is going to be an impression of those fingerprints from normally sweat on the palms or the fingertips of your hands. So the print that's left on the surface is considered a latent fingerprint.
Is that because you can't see with the naked eye usually?
Usually,
what method do you use or did you use to actually recover that fingerprint from the surface of the stairwell area?
Okay, for these fingerprints, I used black powder. It's made by the Searchy company. All fingerprint companies have different types of fingerprint powders, but this was a black powder I used. And so I use a fiberglass brush, and very lightly I go over the fingerprint after I dip it into the fingerprint powder. I go over the surface area very lightly, and then the fingerprint powder will adhere to the ridges on the fingerprint.
So the powder kind of holds onto the oils that are left in the fingerprint itself?
Yes, that's correct.
And then once you dust the powder on it and see that there's a print there, how do you go about taking it from the surface and putting it on part?
Okay, so then I use fingerprint tape, and I put it over the top of the fingerprint. I smooth it out, and then I lift it back up, and I place it on a white fingerprint card, which would be like this.
And did you follow that process for each of those 5 fingerprint cards?
Yes, I did.
Did you also note on each of those fingerprint cards from where the fingerprint came?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe generally where did those 5 fingerprint cards come from?
From the door trim of apartment 11, the doorway, the east wall of the stairwell. That was near apartment 11. West wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs. The west wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs. And on the east wall of the stairway at the top of the stairs.
So it appears most of these were on the top of the stairwell up by where the doors to each of the apartments are?
Yes.
Okay. Once you collect these fingerprints, are they sent to the fingerprint unit for analysis?
Yes, the fingerprint unit at the Orlando Police Department.
Do you have any involvement in the actual analysis or comparison of these prints to any known prints of individuals?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon.
As you sit here today, do you have independent recollection of doing the things that you did in this case?
Kind of.
Vaguely remember the location of where it was?
Yes, I do know the location of where it was.
Okay. You testified on direct examination that you didn't have anything to do with the matching portion. Once you take a DNA sample or what you suspect to be blood, and then you send it off to FDLE, they're the ones who determine if it matches somebody in their system.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Or a known sample that they might have.
Yes.
Okay. And it's important that you get, in a situation like this, that you're trying to rule people in or out depending on whether that's their sample. It's important to get samples from as many people as possible, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know, as you sit here, who those samples may or may not have matched to.
That's correct.
Okay. Likewise, with the fingerprints on the stairwell, you lift them, put them on the cards, send them off to the fingerprint matching department, and they're the ones who actually do the matching.
Yes, that's correct.
They compare ridges and points and islands, all of the things that are looked at when we look at fingerprints.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And as you sit here today, you have no idea who if any of those fingerprints matched anyone.
Yes, you're correct. I don't know.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? I see none. Is this witness excused?
He is, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief recess so that we can check the AV I'm going to give you the same instructions I've given you before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. And I would ask that I'm going to bring you back in 10 minutes.
Jury exit.
All right. Y'all are excused, and AV can come up and figure out what's going on.
Had it working nicely before, didn't we?
call your next witness.
Now, Your Honor, the state will present the perpetuated testimony of Theresa Green, part 1.
And call its next witness.
It's 9:41.
The state calls Marissa Kuzma.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, would you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Marissa Kuzma, Kuzma.
Thank you. Mr. Buxman, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself again to the jury?
Marissa Kuzma,
Where do you work now?
the Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am currently an investigator in the cold case homicide unit.
And Kermit, today is February 17th. It's my understanding at the time of this trial, you're going to be out of the country.
That's correct.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Orlando Police Department in total?
It'll be 25 years this year.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis now in the cold case unit?
We review all our cold case homicides and try to bring them to a resolution.
How long have you been doing that job?
Since June 2023.
Before you were in the cold case unit at the Orlando Police Department, what did you do?
I was a crime scene investigator.
What did that involve?
That involves, our responsibility was to respond to crime scenes, document, collect, process, and preserve physical evidence.
Can you describe your training experience that allowed you to do that job?
At that time, I had been certified in crime scene technology through St. Petersburg College, and I had an extensive field training program with the Orlando Police Department.
How long did you do that job with the Orlando Police Department?
CSI, 22 years.
Were you trained in the different methods of collecting different pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And during the course of your career as a crime scene investigator at Orlando Police Department, were you tasked with prosecuting or with processing homicide scenes?
Yes.
Can you estimate about how many?
During that course of time of my career, approximately 150.
When you're working a more complex scene, like a homicide scene, is it common for you to work in teams with other crime scene investigators?
Yes.
Why is that done?
We have no tasks to do. We kind of divide and conquer. Excuse me. There may be more than one location that needs to be processed, and it's always good to have extra eyes.
When you are processing a crime scene and collecting evidence, do you usually have the benefit of a full and complete investigation at that time?
No.
Why not?
A full investigation can take months. So we go in at the beginning of the investigation, and we rarely have much information at the time that we respond.
As a result of you being called out to a scene very early on in the investigation, do you often end up collecting items of evidence that have no relevance or no bearing on your case at all? Just to be safe.
Yes, quite often.
Let me direct your attention to Monday, May 27th, 2002. Did you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue?
Yes.
And did you specifically go to apartment number 11?
Yes.
Where was that apartment located?
It was on the second floor of the building. It was on 2 floors, and it was on the left-hand side.
And whose apartment was apartment number 11?
Theresa Green.
What was your purpose of going there?
To document the scene, the apartment.
And when you say document the scene, what does that involve?
And my role that night was to take photographs.
Did you go there alone or with another crime scene investigator?
I was with another crime scene investigator.
Who was that?
CSI Lewis King.
When you arrived there, was that scene at the apartment complex in an area blocked off or secured in some way?
Yes.
How was that done?
Responding officers stretched yellow crime scene tape to keep unauthorized persons out of the scene.
And was that tape already up when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there a law enforcement officer there to make sure no unauthorized people went into that crime scene?
Yes.
You said a few minutes ago that your primary duty, or one of your duties there, was to take photographs of the scene. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor? Show me what from previously marked as State's Exhibit A for identification. You take a look at that exhibit and let me know if you recognize what it shows.
Yes, those are photos of that I took at the scene.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what the scene looked like, as well as some of the items inside apartment number 11?
Yes, sir.
This time, State would move State's Exhibit A into evidence of State 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
It's a composite of 15 photos. May I publish?
May.
Showing you photograph 1 of States 1. They have to turn around and look behind you a little bit.
She's got that on the screen.
Oh, you, I'm sorry. Okay. What does this show?
That is the entrance to the four apartments in that area.
And we see some yellow tape strung across the center of that photograph. What is that?
That's the yellow privacy tape that officers
We also see some white paper leading up the staircase. What is that?
that is paper that we put down
What's the purpose of doing that?
to avoid tracking any debris or anything into the scene.
And you said apartment number 11 was upstairs?
Correct.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 1. What does this show?
That is the top of the stairway, and the apartment in question is on the left.
Photograph 3 of States 1. What is this?
That's the apartment number on the exterior of the front door.
Did you see any damage to the exterior of the door or the door jamb into apartment number 11?
No.
Any indication the door had been broken or forced open in any way?
No, sir.
Is that door the only way to get into apartment number 11?
Yes.
When you arrived, did you at some point go inside apartment number 11?
Yes.
Generally, can you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like? Was it clean? Was it orderly? Was it really messy?
It was very clean and orderly. Nothing was out of place that I saw other than a couple items.
Okay, we'll get to those things in a few minutes. Showing you photograph 4 of States 1, referring to the master bedroom. What did you notice on the bed of the master bedroom?
In the master bedroom, that everything was neat and orderly, the bed was made, there was a purse and the contents of the purse scattered on the bed.
Showing you photograph 5 of States 1. What does this show?
That was the purse that was on the bed, along with other items that were scattered about.
Photograph 6 of States 1. What do we see here?
Still more contents of the purse.
And we see a driver's license at the bottom of that photo. Whose license was that?
Theresa Green.
Showing you photograph 7. What are we looking at here? What part of that license is?
That is, as I was standing inside the master bedroom, looking out into the hallway.
And did you notice anything significant in the hallway that you documented?
Yes, there was a hole in the hallway wall.
Was this a small hole or was it a relatively large hole?
It's relatively large.
So you are the photographer. Are you in the same room as the previous photos where we saw the purse and the items on the bed?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 8 of States 1. What do we see here?
That's the hole in the hallway wall.
Did you measure the size and location of the damage to that wall?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
We have measuring sticks that we had used at that time.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 1, that portion of the hole that we saw in the previous photo. The deepest portion of that hole, how high above the ground was that?
At the beginning of it, the lowest point was about 19 inches.
Photograph 10 of States 1, what does this show?
That is the top of the hole from the ground.
About how far was the top of the hole from the ground?
About 43.
Did you measure that, size that hole horizontally as well?
Yes.
Showing you photo 11. How far from the door jamb did that hole begin?
It was only about an inch or so.
Okay. And photograph 12 of stage 1. How far did it extend from the door jamb?
About 16 inches.
Showing you photo 8 of stage 1 again. So, based on your measurements, was the hole about 16 inches wide and about 24 or so inches tall?
Yes.
Did you also, you mentioned you also went into the master bedroom. Did you go into the master bathroom as well?
It was the hallway bathroom,
Okay.
yes.
Showing you photograph 13 of stage 1. What do we see here?
That is a view of the hallway bathroom and a lady's gold watch on the counter.
Photograph 14 of stage 1. What does this show?
That is another view of that gold watch. It appeared that the band was broken.
What about photograph 15 of stage 1?
That was the other end of the gold watch.
Did you collect, at this point, did you collect any of these items of evidence that we have looked at, such as the gold watch?
No, sir.
Why not?
We had a jurisdictional conflict at the time.
What do you mean by that?
While we were at the scene, the victim's body had been located, and it was in another city, so we weren't sure which agency was going to be investigating.
And where was the victim's body located?
In Stanford, Florida.
Was it in a car?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's okay. Did you eventually go out, and we're going to get this in a little bit, did you eventually go out and process the vehicle and the vehicle in which the victim's body was found?
Yes.
All right, we'll talk about that later on. So based on this potential jurisdictional conflict of not knowing which agency is going to investigate the case, what did you do?
At the time, it was cleared up relatively quickly, so within an hour or so, another CSI and I went up to Stanford.
Okay, so you guys were in the apartment looking around, photographing, documenting things, and you learned of this potential, the finding of the victim's body. Did you guys back out of the apartment?
Yes, we were asked to vacate.
Okay. When you, and I'm assuming the whole team vacated, right?
Yes.
When you and the other crime scene investigators exited that apartment, was the apartment left secured somehow?
Yes.
How?
It was, I remember if we put tape up, there was a crime scene tape still across that apartment door, and officers were left on scene as well.
Let me direct your attention to the next day. This will be Tuesday, May 28th, 2002. Did you and other crime scene investigators return to that same apartment complex to continue processing the scene?
Yes, in the early morning hours.
Who would the main crime scene investigator be that was in charge of kind of directing everybody what to do?
Karen Livengood.
What was your role that second day, that morning, Tuesday morning?
I assisted in processing the stairwell area for latent fingerprints.
Showing you photograph 2 again from stage 1. Is this the stairwell you're talking about?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience in processing something for fingerprints?
Again, I had a lot of practical training in school, and then in my field training with OPD, as well as all the scenes that I responded to, I had a lot of experience.
OPD is Orlando Police Department?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury the process that you go through when you're trying to lift fingerprints or something of that effect?
Fingerprint powder is applied to the surface, and that powder will adhere to moisture, oils in the residue, and it makes the print visible. And from there, a clear tape is laid across the print, tape is lifted and placed on the back card.
If you are successful in lifting a fingerprint using the method you just described, are you the person that would examine that fingerprint to see if it has sufficient detail to allow it to be compared to somebody's known fingerprints?
No, sir.
Does somebody else in your agency do that?
Yes.
From what areas did you attempt to process or lift latent fingerprints in the stairwell?
Most of mine were upstairs, outside apartment 11 and 12 and that back wall there.
And apartment 11, I think you said earlier, is upstairs on the left.
Correct.
Where is apartment number 12?
Directly across.
And then that back wall that we see in the photograph with the fire hydrant, or the fire extinguisher is?
Yes.
Were you able to lift any fingerprints from that area you just described?
Yes.
How many?
3.
And where were those 3 fingerprints recovered from?
One was on the door frame, the inner edge of the door frame of apartment 11. Same with apartment 12, the inner edge of the door frame, and then the south wall there.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit B as in boy. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Not the packaging itself, it's been repackaged.
Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
What's inside?
There were the 3 latent lift cards that I had submitted to the waiting treatment.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
My handwriting as well as my initials and the date.
Your name currently is Kuzma, your last name?
Yes.
What was your name back when you processed this scene?
Gerber,
Okay.
like the baby food.
All right. Do those fingerprint cards, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes, sir.
This time statement would be in evidence of States 2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be received as States 2.
And I believe you said earlier someone else would have been in charge of doing any kind of comparison and needed to be done with fingerprints, right?
That's correct.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Pereira?
Just very briefly. In the sequence of photographs that showed the bathroom with a watch in it, was I mistaken, or did it appear that in the first image the watch was laying on its side, and then in subsequent images the watch was laid flat?
You're correct, yes.
And did you do that?
I did.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
To show the broken band.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
At this time, yes, Your Honor, she'll be recalled.
Thank you. Are we recalling her now? All right.
Your Honor, since we have the AV working properly now, I'm going to ask to just publish it out of order, publish the second half of her testimony, that the defense will be objection.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Ms. Kuzma. You are already under oath.
please restate your name for me, ma'am?
Marissa Kuzma.
The last time you testified, you spoke about going to the Bay Run apartment complex and processing that scene on Monday, May 27th, 2002.
Correct.
After your initial processing of the scene, you know, you photographed and documented things, you left that scene and you went someplace else, right?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
We went to Sanford.
When would you have gone to Stanford in relation to when you went to the scene, the apartment scene?
When I initially went to the scene and backed out, it was within maybe an hour of that I went to Sanford.
So would you have gone to Stanford that same day, or would it be early the next morning on Tuesday?
It was after midnight.
Okay. So let me direct you to the early morning hours now of Tuesday, May 28th of 2002, as you respond to a Walgreens parking lot located at 2501 South French Avenue in Sanford.
Yes.
About how far away is that Walgreens from the apartment scene? I don't need exactly, just
I'm not
5 minutes, 30 minutes?
sure. It's, I would say, 20, 25 maybe.
Okay. When you arrived at the Walgreens parking lot, what did you find?
A white Oldsmobile was parked in the parking lot.
Were other law enforcement officers already there?
Yes.
And what was your purpose in going to that Walgreens parking lot?
Myself and another CSI were there to document the vehicle and recover that vehicle.
Was that vehicle, that white Oldsmobile, photographed while in the Walgreens parking lot?
Yes.
And was it also then later towed to the evidence yard of the Orlando Police Department and further processed and photographed?
Yes.
Did you personally take photographs there?
I took photographs at Johnson's Record Service.
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Show me what you marked as State C for identification. It's a composite exhibit containing 15 photos. You take a look at that, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Generally, what do those photographs show?
The vehicle at Walgreens and then also at Johnson's Record Service.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicle you found at Walgreens as well as the contents of that vehicle?
Yes.
This time, the state would move C into evidence as States 3.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as States 3.
May I publish?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of States 3. What do we see here?
This is the white Oldsmobile that is parked in the parking lot of Walgreens.
Was that trunk already open when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding that law enforcement had already arrived there and opened the trunk before you got there?
Yes.
Showing you photo 2 of States 3. Did you see any damage to the passenger window, the vent type window in the car?
Yes, that window was broken out.
Showing you photograph 3 of States 3. What do we see on the ground on the passenger side of the car?
That's part of the broken window that had been removed.
Did you come to learn that law enforcement and the fire department broke that window to gain access to the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you photo 4 of States 3. What do we see here?
That is a dismantled, well, that's the trunk lid of the vehicle and a broken lock.
Did you also learn that law enforcement had broken that lock to gain access to the trunk?
Yes.
Photograph 5 of States 3. What does this show?
That is the locking mechanism that we found on the roof of the vehicle.
Photograph 6 of States 3. What do we see here?
That's an overall view of the open trunk and its contents.
Generally, what was found in the trunk? What do we see in the photo?
There is various items, but there's a floral sheet towards the front of the trunk.
Showing you photo 7 of States 3. Is this just a close-up?
Yes.
What was done with generally with the contents of the trunk? Was it everything eventually removed?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically the sheet, the object wrapped in the sheet, what was done with that object?
Once the medical examiner's office arrived, that object was removed from the vehicle. It was placed on a white sterile sheet in the medical examiner's office.
Did you come to learn what was located wrapped inside that floral sheet?
Yes, it was the victim's body.
Photograph 8 of States 3, what do we see here?
That's the trunk, the empty trunk, once everything was removed for the most part.
In photograph 9, you mentioned that once the medical examiner's office arrived, the victim's body, still wrapped in the sheet, was placed on a sterile bag.
Shroud, yes.
What was done with the victim's body?
The victim was transported by the medical examiner's office to the medical examiner's office.
When she had been transported, still wrapped in that floral comforter?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in the transportation of the victim's body to the medical examiner's office?
No.
What was done at this point with the Oldsmobile?
It was, everything was closed, it was sealed, and towed to Johnson's Record Service.
And what is Johnson's Record Service? Why was it taken there?
That is the company that we use for all our tows.
How was the vehicle sealed or closed up during that transport process?
It is sealed with tamper-evident frangible tape.
Is the place where the vehicle was towed, is that a secure facility?
Yes.
And who has access to that facility?
The Johnson's River employees and law enforcement.
Why was the car taken there instead of just processing the whole car at Walgreens?
To preserve the vehicle and any evidence.
Let me direct your attention now to the next day, May 29th. Did you do some further processing of this car?
Yes, sir.
And where was that done?
That was done at Johnson's Record Service.
Showing you photograph 10 of State's Exhibit 3. Did you document the VIN number associated with the vehicle?
Yes.
This time around, the state removed State's Exhibit D as in dog, and evidence of State's 4 is the tag and title history associated with this vehicle, and the VIN number is a self-authenticating document.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It will be received as State's Exhibit 4.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you the official tag and title history of that vehicle. There's a VIN number associated with these official records. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same VIN number that you documented in your photographs of this white Oldsmobile?
Yes, it is.
Turning to the first page of this item. According to the official Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records, who is the registered owner of this vehicle?
It is Theresa Green.
Showing you photograph 11 of States 3. Did you locate some additional glass inside the vehicle from that front passenger broken window?
Yes, sir.
Did you process this vehicle for the presence of fingerprints?
I did.
And what method did you use to do that?
Again, it was the fingerprint powder.
Were you able to locate any fingerprints?
Yes, one.
From where was that print collected?
That was the interior left rear door handle.
Approach. Showing you State's Exhibit E for identification. You can take a look at that item. Open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents. Is that item currently sealed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just like the other fingerprint evidence we looked at earlier was sealed?
That's correct. I do.
What is it?
Again, it's the late and live card that I submitted to the late pregnant.
How do you recognize that part?
Again, my handwriting and my initials.
Does it have your former name and Gerber on it?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the same, substantially the same condition when you collected it during your processing of this ultimately?
Yes.
This time the state would move states E into evidence as states 5, I believe.
Any objection? It will be admitted as states 5.
Like the other prints that you lifted from the apartment scene, did you have any involvement in the analysis or comparison of this print?
No, sir.
Showing you photograph 12 of stage 3. Did you further examine and document the items that were inside the trunk?
Yes, sir.
What does it show?
Again, the open trunk and the items within, a green tote, some other items.
Showing you photo 13 of stage 3. You mentioned a green tote.
Yes.
Showing you 14 of stage 3. What was inside the tote?
Car jack and some jumper cables.
Did you also locate a sun shield in the trunk of the car?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 15 of stage 3. What does this show?
That is a close-up view of some suspected blood stains on that sunshade.
Did you collect that sunshade?
I did.
Describe how you collected it. What was your process?
Once it was documented in place, it was placed into a paper bag, transported to the police department.
You may approach one last time, Robert.
You may.
Showing you what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibit F as in Frank. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
I do.
Is that item also sealed?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, my handwriting initials.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents? Now, I'm not going to have you take that out since we have a photograph of it.
Okay.
So ignore that. You can open it up, look inside, but I'm not asking for it.
Okay. You do want me to open?
Yes, ma'am. You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
And is that item in the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the front of that old control?
Yes.
This time, state will move State's Exhibit F for identification into evidence as 6.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor, but I'd like to just quickly see what's in that. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
It will be received as states Exhibit 6.
Was that item later sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis on that blood stain?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in the analysis of that blood stain at all?
No.
Is there anything else of relevance that you found in the trunk?
No.
Any other questions at this time? Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Kuzma, it looked in earlier photographs of the trunk of the car that the items, including the large green tote, had been moved around and then they were removed. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. At what point?
Well, so there are images of the trunk that first was the body in the trunk and the green tote towards the front of the trunk.
Yes.
And then later on, the tote appears to have been moved after the body was removed from the trunk. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you do that?
No, it would have shifted when it was transported, when it was loaded onto the.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's how it looked when it arrived at Johnson's record.
Yes.
And then did you remove any of the items from the trunk after you had photographed them?
At Johnson's?
Yes.
I removed the sunshade that I had collected.
But not the tote?
I believe I had moved things to photograph the trunk, but no, I did not remove that or collect it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any regret?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
She may, Your Honor.
You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Your Honor, the next witness is a witness who's appearing virtually. I don't know if you want to take a break. She's online, ready to go, but I'm not sure if volume issue needs to be tested first.
Yes, probably so. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a brief time in the jury room. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Keep your pads
hang tight, Miss Butler.
We need to.
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We got the very frustrating technical problems resolved. Mr. Buxman, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Joyce Butler.
Ms. Butler, could you raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may, could you state your name, put your hand down. Could you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Joyce Butler, Butler.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Buxman.
Good afternoon, Miss Butler.
How you doing?
Not too bad. I heard that you got sick this weekend, so I hope you're feeling a little better.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living now, ma'am?
I don't do nothing.
You retired?
I'm retired.
Okay.
Yes.
Where did you work before you retired?
I work at Florida Hospital.
Okay. What did you do for the hospital when you worked there?
Housekeeping.
Okay. Do you know a man named Joseph Butler?
Yes.
Who is he in relation to you?
That's my husband.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to May of 2002. Did you live in the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue?
Yes.
And did you guys live in apartment 12 then?
Yes.
Who'd you live there with?
Me and Joe.
Did you live upstairs or downstairs?
Upstairs.
Did you know a woman named Theresa Green when you lived there?
Yes.
And prior to her death, how long had you known Miss Green?
Oh, I think a long time.
Okay.
But I don't remember.
That's fair. It's been a while. It's okay. Where did she live in relation to your apartment?
She's still on the second floor, across from me.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to late Saturday night, May 25th of 2002, into Sunday morning. Was there kind of a get-together at your apartment there?
Yes, but you know we really didn't have the party.
What about the party? I didn't hear you.
I said we really didn't have it.
Okay. Did people come over to your place that night, though?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And who was there at your apartment that night?
It was me and Joe and one of his friends.
Okay. Was Miss Green there also?
No, no.
At some point, did Miss Green come to your house for this get-together with a guy named Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if Miss Green and Mike were dating or together at around that time?
I really don't know.
Okay, that's okay. So, did you have to go to work the next morning early?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, what happened with the party? Did you kind of shut it down?
Yeah, we shut it down.
All right, tell me what happened when the party was shut down. Did anything happen between your husband, Joe, and Miss Green?
Well, she slapped Joe in the face.
Okay.
And Joe said, why you slapped me in the face like that? I guess she was kind of, drunk.
Okay. And did Joe slap her back?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
He slapped her back.
At some point, did there come a time where somebody fell down the stairs?
Both of them fell down the stairs.
Okay, tell me what happened.
I guess they was drinking, and they both fell down the stairs.
Okay, who fell down?
Theresa and what's that guy name? I don't know the guy name.
It's a guy with Theresa. Is that Mike?
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, so
They both fell down the stairs.
Okay, did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
All right, what happened when they reached the bottom of the stairs? Was anybody hurt?
No.
Okay. What did you see them do after they reached the bottom of the stairs?
They went back to the apartment.
Whose apartment?
Teresa's apartment.
The one right across from yours.
Yes.
I understand. Did you see Theresa Green again after that day or that evening?
I really don't know.
Okay. Back then, do you remember what kind of vehicle Mike was driving?
I think it was a white car. I'm not sure.
Did he have a van also?
Yeah, he had a van.
Okay, so he had a van. Who had the white car? Whose car was that?
Teresa.
So let me move ahead a few hours. Early Sunday morning.
Uh-huh.
Did you see Mike early the next morning, several hours after the party?
No.
Do you remember, did Mike ever come to your apartment the next morning and ask Joe to help do something?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
I guess he asked Joe to follow him to the car.
To follow him?
Yes, they went to they went somewhere.
Okay. And did Joe agree to do that and follow Mike?
Yes.
What vehicle did Joe drive? Do you know?
No.
You don't know whether he drove the van or the white car?
I think he drove the van. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever see Theresa Green with Mike the next morning when Joe followed him in the van?
No. I didn't see her.
At some point, did your husband come back from wherever they went?
Yeah, he
Okay.
came back.
Okay. Do you remember about how long he was gone?
I don't know.
Okay, it's been a while. At some point, did law enforcement or the police come and talk to you and interview you?
Yes.
When the police talked to you the first time, did you tell them anything about Joe following Mike in the car that morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that the first time or the second?
The first time. Mike came to the door and he opened the he came to the door and knocked on the door. He said he wanted to ask Joe something.
Okay.
He wanted to ask Joe to follow him.
And do you remember if you told the police that the first time they talked to you, or was it the second time, or do you remember?
I think it was the second time.
Okay. Do you remember why you didn't tell them about that the first time they talked to you?
No, I really didn't tell him that.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't tell them that?
No.
Okay. When the police came to your apartment, did they ask permission to go inside your apartment and look around?
Yes.
Did you let them do that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a few days later, did you also talk to a female detective who showed you some pictures of some people?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember being able did you pick out the person that you knew as Mike from those different photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler. I don't have any questions, but don't hang up because the defense lawyer has some questions for you probably too, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marrero?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Butler. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Can you see me? I'm not sure you can. I can't tell.
No, I can't see you. But
Oh, you
can
can?
see me.
Okay, good. Ms. Butler, did
Yes.
you have the opportunity to read statements that you gave back in the day when this case first happened, back in 2002, that were recorded and then transcribed? Did you ever have the chance to read those?
I don't remember.
And how about a deposition that you gave in 2015? It was kind of long. And did you ever read through that deposition?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I don't mean to embarrass you by asking you this question, but if you did have them, could you read them? Can you read?
No, I don't have them.
I'm sorry?
I don't have them.
You don't have them? Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right.
It's been a long time.
I'm sorry?
I said, that's been a long time. I don't have it.
Okay. So you're just going on your memory today of what happened 24 years ago, is that right?
Yes. That's a long time.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you, what's your memory like? Is your memory still pretty good, or do you sometimes have problems remembering things now that?
Yeah, I have a problem.
Yeah. That's okay. We're all getting older, and it gets harder and harder to remember stuff.
Yes, we do.
So let me just tell you that you did give statements to the police, a couple of different statements. Remember when the prosecutor asked you that the first time that you spoke to the police, you didn't tell them that Joe had gone anywhere with Mr. Hunter. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, the story you told them was that Mr. Hunter had called your house, your apartment, and told Joe that Theresa's car was in Sanford. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes?
Okay. Now, that wasn't true, right?
No?
Okay. And the reason that you didn't tell the police the truth was because you didn't want them to know that Joe had been involved in whatever trouble had happened. Is that right?
Right.
Now, you and Joe were living in an apartment that was owned by Florida Hospital?
Yes.
And they
Yes.
rented to employees of Florida Hospital?
Yes.
And you believed back then that if any of you got in any kind of trouble, the Florida Hospital might, you know, like if somebody called the cops and the cops came over and there was some trouble at your apartment, that you might get thrown out of your apartment, or you might even lose your job. Is that fair?
That's true.
Okay. Now, you had known Theresa for a long time. You liked her?
Yeah, I like Theresa.
She was a nice lady?
Theresa was a good person.
Y'all
Yes.
got along all right?
Yes.
So this night that you had this get-together at your house, and, you know, if you don't mind my asking, how come you don't like to call it a party?
Well, I really don't like, parties,
Okay.
I really don't like,
I'm just saying, if people get together and they're listening to music and drinking, that sounds like a party to me. But,
Yeah.
okay.
Really do.
And so some people were drinking, and Judge, I would, if, Your Honor, if you don't mind, I would just ask that the other witness be asked to leave the room while she's testifying. I'm sorry. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Moore, if you're in the room, we need you to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. So, on the night that this get-together happened at your apartment, Miss Green was drinking, right?
Yeah.
She was drinking quite a bit?
A lot.
A lot. Now, you were not drinking, right?
Oh, no, I don't drink.
You don't drink, period. Okay.
No.
But Joe did back then, right?
Yes.
And do you remember him drinking quite a bit that evening as well?
Yeah, he was drinking.
And Mike, Teresa's boyfriend, he wasn't drinking. Is that right?
I guess he was drinking. I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay, that's fine. Now, you went to bed pretty early that night because you had to work the next day, correct?
Yes.
And
that was on a Sunday.
Was on a Sunday. So like
Yeah.
Sunday after midnight?
No, in the morning. I had to go to work in the morning time.
Yeah, okay, so, all right, I understand you now. What you're saying is that Sunday morning you had to go to work. So
Yeah.
Saturday night into Sunday morning is when everybody was over your place. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, while everybody was over, and just to be sure I got this right, it was you were there, Joe was there, Mike was there, and Theresa was there. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember your daughter Lisa being there?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if she was there or not?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you remember? And I'm asking these questions based on testimony that you've given in the past. Coming out at some point because the music's playing and people are talking kind of loud because people are getting drunk. Coming out there to ask them to turn the music down because you can't sleep.
Yes.
Yes. Do you remember if you did that more than once?
A couple times.
A couple times. Do you remember
I had to go to work the next morning.
I'm sorry, because you had to work the next morning, sure. It's hard to sleep
That's
with
right.
music and loud voices in the room right next door to your bedroom, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, do you remember Joe getting angry about your telling him to turn the music down and stop talking so loud?
Yeah,
And
I did. I told him,
I'm
turn the
sorry?
music down. I was trying to go to sleep.
Right. And he got angry about that?
Yes,
Joe
he
did?
did.
Do you remember him slamming the door in your bedroom?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, at some point, Joe did turn the music down, right?
Yes, he did.
And told everybody that they had to go, right?
Yes. He told
Now,
me they had to leave.
When this happened, you're not in bed, right?
No, I was still up.
You're up. You're in the living room?
Yes.
Now, if I told you that this probably happened around 2:30 in the morning, would that sound about right?
Right.
So it's pretty late. And you had to be at work very early the next morning?
Yes, at 7 o'clock.
And so you were in the living room when you saw Joe tell everybody that they had to leave?
Yeah, I told him.
And you were in
I
the
told
living
him,
room
yeah,
when Theresa...
Go home.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Because I was not able to hear it.
Joe told them they had to go home.
Okay. Was he kind of angry when he was saying that?
No.
No? Now, you were in the living room when you saw Theresa walk up to Joe and slap him in the face.
Yeah. And Joe said, why you slap me in the face?
Right, sure. And then now you saw Joe slap her back, right?
Yes.
Now, you told Detective Bergen, who's one of the detectives that you spoke to, a woman with short hair, that when Joe smacked her, slapped Theresa, that she got a bloody nose from that. You remember telling her that?
Yeah.
And that was true, right?
Yes.
And then the two of them kind of started to get into it after that, right?
Yes.
Theresa was pretty angry and pretty drunk, right?
Yes. And then, wait a minute. And then her boyfriend,
Right.
the boyfriend say, why you let Joe snap me in the face?
You mean she said to her boyfriend, why do you let Joe smack me in the face? Is that
That's
right?
right.
And that boyfriend was Mike?
Right? Mike, that's right.
Okay. So at some point, they're out in the hallway, that little hallway in between the two doors in your apartment.
Uh-huh.
And you told the prosecutor that you saw both Mike and Theresa fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, they did. Yes.
And now when you were asked the question, you testified that they must have both been drunk and that's what caused them to fall down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
They was drinking.
All right. And they fell all the way down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, all the way down.
And were they tumbling as they were coming down the stairs?
Yes, it was.
Kind of one on top of the other, kind of?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You were standing there and you saw them fall all the way down the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Yes.
And then did you see them get up, or did you just close the door at that point?
They got up.
Okay. And they walked
They
back,
got up and went back upstairs.
they walked back up upstairs. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
They shut the door.
when they came back up the stairs, was that the end of it for you? Did you go back into your room and into your apartment and close the door? Or
Yes, I did.
do you remember Lisa showing up at some point? Your daughter?
Yeah.
When did she come?
Yes,
After
sure.
after the fall or before the fall?
Yes.
After the fall?
After the fall. Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever tell Lisa that Joe was threatening you or that he hit you?
No.
Were you scared of Joe doing anything like that?
No.
So, you know that Lisa got a hold of your other son, and he came over. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. Starts with an R.
Raymond.
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 Raymond. And she called Raymond, and Raymond came over that night?
I guess so.
You don't remember? If you don't remember, just say, I don't remember.
I don't remember that.
Okay, but you didn't tell Lisa to call Raymond, did you?
Nope.
And if Raymond did come over, it would have been after the fall, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. You don't remember talking to Raymond at any point that night? No? Okay. So the second time that you talked to the detective, after she had spoken with your husband Joe, you told the detective that Mike came over your apartment and that he got Joe up out of bed and told him that he needed to follow him in the car. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And
That was it. That was in the morning time.
that was in the morning. And you didn't ask
Right.
Joe where he was going.
Nope.
Now, he told you that Mike had said, or maybe you even heard Mike say, I need you to follow me and Theresa to in the van.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Joe left, they were gone for a little bit, right?
Yes.
And he came back maybe an hour later.
Yes.
When he came back, he told you, I mean, you asked him, what was that all about? Where'd you guys go? What were you doing?
Nope.
You didn't ask him? But at some point he told you that Mike told him, I messed up.
Yes.
And did Joe ever tell you that he was afraid that something might have happened to Theresa?
Yes.
And
Raymond.
I'm sorry?
Came back.
I'm sorry?
He said, I told him, I said, I don't want to hear that. What happened?
You told him that you didn't want to hear
I don't want to hear that.
that something might have happened to Theresa. You didn't want to hear that.
Yes. Yes.
And did the two of you kind of agree that you weren't going to call the police?
No.
You decided on your own that you weren't going to call the police.
Right.
I mean, you didn't call the police, right?
But the police came anyway.
Oh, yes, they did.
They came anyway.
But what I'm saying is they came because Octavius Hayes called them on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
They didn't come because you called them.
No. I ain't called them.
Is that because you were afraid that if the police showed up, that they might think that your husband was involved in something?
Not really.
No? You just didn't care to call the police?
Right. But they can't anyway.
Oh, I know.
And really, that's a long time, you know?
I'm sorry?
That's really a long time. I said, that's a long time.
Ago.
To remember stuff like that.
It is. But you remember today that you didn't call the police on Sunday, and you didn't call the police on Monday. You spoke to the police when somebody else called them, and they came to your place and asked you if you knew anything, right?
Yes, yes.
You remember a young boy by the name of Tate?
Tate?
Octavius Hayes? Does the name sound familiar?
I don't know.
Do you remember Theresa Green having a little boy?
Yeah.
Who lived with her?
His son.
Her son, right.
Yes.
Do you remember, you don't remember his name?
No, I don't know his name.
Okay. Now, on Monday, he says, on Monday, he came by your apartment and asked you and Joe if you had seen his mom, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
He sure did.
He sure did. Because his mom's door was unlocked and he hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was.
Right.
Now,
That's true now.
He was a young man at that time, right? About 13?
Yeah. Yeah, 13.
And when he asked you and Joe, have you seen my mom? Both of you said, no, we ain't seen her, right?
Right, we didn't see it.
We didn't, what? Do you remember telling that young man that, no, you hadn't seen his mom and didn't have any idea where she was?
Yes, because, you know, he was looking for his mom.
Yeah, he was.
And I told her, I said, I didn't see her.
You didn't say to him, well, she was over our place Saturday night and she fell down the stairs and any of that? You didn't tell him any of that, right?
No. Mm-mm.
You know, when you gave a deposition, that's when you were interviewed by some lawyers, not us, 'cause you and I have never met before, but you were interviewed by some lawyers about what had happened. That was in 2015. That was over 10 years ago now. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I know you told us that you haven't had the opportunity to read what you said, but the lawyer there asked you if over the 16 years that had gone by since Theresa Green went missing, if you and Joe ever talked about it, ever talked about what happened on that Sunday, and that he told you, I don't know nothing about that, right?
I guess so. I don't know.
And your response was, I don't either.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that.
Well, I mean, as you sit here today, you and Joe, as the years have gone by, it's been a lot longer now, as the years have gone by, you and him have never talked about what happened that Sunday morning?
Mm-mm.
And how Theresa went missing?
No.
Okay. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
That's
Hold on just a second, ma'am.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does the jury have any questions? All right, seeing none, is this witness excused?
She is, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Butler.
thank-
You are free to go.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good day.
You too now.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Howard Kuhn.
Please raise your hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah. Are you going to be using?
I was going to, Judge.
Okay.
I could start and
You may have.
I'm plugged into Podium like I have been.
Okay, yeah. I wonder if they did something when they were here before with the video. See if that works. You may be getting some. Nope, it's off. Completely out of there. All right. Why don't we get started and
Yes, ma'am.
they'll call AV and tell him to fix it.
Has he been sworn, Judge? I think he has. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Howard, and my last name is spelled Kuehn, Kuhn.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living now?
I am currently retired.
Where did you work before you retired?
I work for the Orlando Police Department.
What was your role? Well, first, when did you start working with the Orlando PD?
I started in February of 2002.
What did you do before you worked for OPD?
For OPD, I worked out at the airport for a subcontractor for Delta Airlines as a skycap.
What did you do before that?
Before that, I worked a multitude of jobs, including Orange County Sheriff's Office for a year, and prior to that, leaving high school, I worked for the FBI in Washington, D.C.
When you started with the Orlando Police Department, what was your role with the agency?
When I started, I was a crime scene technician, CST.
And when did you start again?
February 25th of 2002.
So at the time this case happened, you were new with Orlando PD.
Yes, I was in the third phase of my training.
Describe the training that you had in doing crime scene work at the point where this case occurred.
I had been shown in the first two phases of how to collect evidence, either physically or using powder to collect fingerprints that may be on something, collecting blood samples, as well as taking photographs of scenes in a particular order.
Had you done any of those duties with Orange County Sheriff's Office or with the FBI previously?
My Orange County and FBI experience were in fingerprints, but not in latent prints. It was mostly inked fingerprints and just doing searches.
Can you estimate about how many, thank you, about how many crime scenes you had processed with the Orlando Police Department during your career?
I would say in excess of 100.
Following your duties as a crime scene technician with the Orlando Police Department, what did you do then?
In December of 2004, I accepted the position of latent print examiner with the police department.
And did you do some latent fingerprint examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. I think you're going to testify again probably tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that later. So we're going to start with the crime scene stuff right now. Did you, because you were new with Orlando Police Department and crime scene work when this case happened, were you working with another more experienced crime scene analyst?
Yes, I was.
Who was that?
That was Karen Livengood.
And what was crime scene investigator Livengood's experience with Orlando Police Department?
I believe she had been working with Orlando Police Department for in excess of 5 years when I got there.
Is it your understanding that she has some medical problems right now?
She does, my understanding, yes.
Did you assist CSI Livengood in photographing this crime scene?
She actually photographed the scene. I helped her collect evidence, and I drew a sketch of the apartment.
Did you also assist in lifting fingerprints and collecting samples for potential DNA purposes?
I did.
Okay. Describe the protocols that were in place of how you would document things that you collected at a crime scene, how you would document photographs, and from where you collected evidence.
And when we were collecting evidence, wherever the items were obtained from, they would be placed in a brown paper bag, and on the bag would just be written briefly what was in there and what location they were picked up at. And as far as the fingerprints go, if there were latent prints that were lifted, they were attached to a white card about the size of an index card, and on the front you would be able to put down the location, the case number, and all the pertinent information that you'd need.
When your crime scene team would collect a piece of evidence, would they take it immediately, once it was documented and photographed, and place it in an evidence bag like we've seen?
It would not be placed in that bag until we're back at the forensic lab at police headquarters.
And at that point, you said you would document where the item was collected from?
Yes, it would be just briefly written on the bag to start, and then you would fill out a form that would be attached to each evidence submission that had the exact location and where it was and what the evidence was.
Would the crime scene technician also document the case number associated with it?
Yes, everything would have been on that.
The date and time of collection?
Yes.
The description of the item?
Yes.
And would the crime scene analyst who collected that piece of evidence also initial the package somehow?
They would.
How would that be done?
There'd be a piece of red and black evidence tape, very thinly placed, that would tear easy. So you would place it over any seal or open edges of the envelope, and then you would initial it and also date it. So that would make sure that if anybody got into it, your initials or the date would be compromised.
Is that how you collected pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And is that also how CSI, Karen Livengood, Doug Thomas, Marissa Gerber, then now Kuzma, also did that same process?
Yes.
During the course of working with Karen Livengood, how long did you work with her?
I worked with her for about, I believe, 6 weeks.
Okay. And have you worked with her after you even transitioned into the fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I would work with her anytime she submitted any fingerprint evidence that would come to my office. I would work with her in that regard.
And how long did that working relationship last? When did she retire?
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember when she retired, sir, but I believe it was maybe a couple years before I did.
Okay, so that working relationship stayed intact for many years?
Yes.
I see. During the course of your working relationship, did you come to know her handwriting and her signature?
Yes.
How she initialed her evidence packages?
Yes.
And how she documented certain things?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, May 28th, 2002, and Wednesday, May 29th, 2002. As you respond to the Bay Run Apartments located at 3216 Cornell Avenue to assist in processing various aspects of this crime scene.
Yes, we did.
Did that process take several days?
It did.
So it's not like CSI where it's all wrapped up in a half hour?
No, it's not.
let's start with apartment number 11, the apartment rented by Theresa Green. Did you go inside and help Karen Livengood collect and document and process various things inside that apartment?
I did.
And were photographs taken of what you all found inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Nay.
Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit V,
Okay.
as in Victor, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And generally, what do those photographs show?
They show miscellaneous paper items along with, I believe, a purse, as well as a watch laying on the vanity at the bathroom, and then a close-up of that watch, and then the band of that watch.
Do those photographs fairly accurately depict those items as you saw them when you processed the scene?
Yes.
This time, State would move V into evidence as dates 23.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as states 23.
And may I publish?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 from states 23. What do we see here?
Again, miscellaneous paper items, a driver's license, a purse, and can't really make out what the other things are, but miscellaneous paper items.
Were these items found in the bed of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was the black purse we see in the photograph collected?
Yes, it was.
Showing you some marked states exhibit W. You recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize Karen Livengood's writing and initials and all the other documentation on that item?
Yes, it has the evidence number, the OPD case number, her name, Detective Filippucci's name, as well as everything that was found at that location. On the back, you'll have the red tape that we spoke of that has her initials and the date. So that,
Were you present with her, helping her process and collect these items?
yes.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay. Yes, everything appears to be there, yes.
And what's inside?
You have her Florida driver's license.
Go ahead and keep that just a
Wallet?
minute, or just keep it in your lap.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
And a purse,
Okay. Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from the apartment that
as
day?
best I remember, yes, sir.
This time, the state would move W into evidence as 24.
No objection.
It will be admitted as states exhibit 24.
Were you present when Karen Livengood also collected some miscellaneous papers from the bed in the purse area?
Yes.
Showing you, approach. Showing those marked states exhibit X for
Okay.
identification. You recognize that packaging as well as the handwriting and the initials on it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Miscellaneous papers from black purse that was located on the bed in the southeast bedroom on apartment 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes.
What's inside generally?
Paper items, receipts.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from Ms. Green's apartment that day?
They had been processed, so they are slightly different from the processing, but yes.
And what do you mean by process?
They were used, probably a chemical called anhydrine, which the paper item would be immersed in, and then given time to dry and put under light and heat. It will work with amino acids in the body, and it will bring a fingerprint up, usually a magenta colored, something along those lines.
Does that change the color of some of the items?
Right. Some of the colors are discolored. They're no longer white like they are in the photos.
This time state would move X into evidence as 25, Your Honor.
Objection,
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 25.
So obviously, based on your last answer, these items were taken back to the lab and processed further for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes, they were.
Or any fingerprints successfully lifted from any of these pieces of paper?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay. And in fact, were you the fingerprint analyst who later examined those and compared to the various known ones?
I was.
Okay. When you process an item using the method you described, using an anhydrine, we've heard about lifting fingerprints using powder. How do you document the fingerprints using this method? Do you photograph them?
Those prints that are done chemically, they are photographed, yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you State's Exhibit Y for identification. Is that item sealed?
It is?
Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay. Yes, I do.
And what are those generally?
These are photographed areas of latent prints that were developed on the previously mentioned pieces of paper.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were photographed from the processing of these items?
Yes.
This time State would move Y into evidence as 26.
No objection, Your Honor.
Y will be admitted as State's Exhibit 26.
Is it common when photographs are taken of prints using this method to document or write on the photograph the location or what item the print came from?
Yes. What will be is when the items are processed on the original item would be processed, the person that processes it, if they find areas of fingerprints that they want to be examined, they will horseshoe or like half moon that area of the print, and above it would be the case number. Then on the back of the photographed latent, they would write, because it would be a white background, they would write the location that the latent was lifted from.
And do you remember how many different latent cards were in this package?
I don't recall. I didn't count them. 8.
Thank you. Were any fingerprints able to be lifted from the black purse, the wallet, the planner, or the driver's license?
I would, sorry, I would have to look at that to make sure.
You have your report handy?
I do.
Okay. If you could, with the court's permission, could you look at that to refresh the memory?
You may.
If you'll bear with me just a moment. Yes, out of the photographs, there were 8 that were identified.
Okay. or any of them do you remember from the purse, the driver's license, or the planner?
Okay, let's see here. Yes, there was one from the planner. And one was identified to a receipt that was located in the victim's purse. There were two that were identified from the day planner. And the others were from the actual apartment themselves.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of states 23. Did you go into the bathroom?
I believe I did.
All right. And do you remember, what does photograph 2 show in the bathroom?
It shows a watch laying on the vanity next to the sink.
Did you notice any blood or discoloration on that watch?
Memory serves, I believe there was. I believe CSI Alive and Good noted that.
Approach.
You may.
Showing you State's Exhibit C for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that package, the handwriting, and the documentation on it.
I do.
What is that item?
One broken band gold Seiko quartz ladies watch located from the sink in the bathroom in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the content.
Yes, I do recognize that watch.
What is it? Is it the watch?
It is the watch, yes.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when it was collected after the processing of this crime scene?
Yes, sir.
This time State would move Z into evidence as 27.
No objection.
Z will be admitted as State's Exhibit 27.
Does have a bio.
And showing you photograph 3 of State's 23. What does this show?
It shows that same Seiko watch.
Okay. And photograph 4 of 23.
It shows the clasp of that watch.
Does that show the kind of the area that appeared to have some potential blood on it?
Yes.
Were swabs collected of the area that appeared to have blood on it?
Yes, there were.
Explain to the jury how that is done.
That would be, you would go ahead and take a clean, sterile Q-tip, and you would go ahead and run it over there. You would do what they call a phenolphthalein test, which would determine whether it was blood or another substance.
Do you remember if the watch itself, the band, was broken?
I believe it was, yes.
Did you use that process you described of taking the swabs of the areas of the watch that appeared to have blood?
Right, CSI Live and Good did that.
Okay, in your...
Yes.
She was your trainer?
Right, I was there, she did it.
You may.
Showing you states AA. You recognize that item, the packaging, as well as the signatures and documentation.
Yes, I do.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes.
What are they?
That is 2 cotton swabs that were taken from the lady's Seiko watch.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected, except for the fact some additional markings because it was sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, it is.
This time, State would move AA into evidence as 28.
No objection.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
And were these items sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for some additional DNA analysis?
They were.
Did you have any involvement in the actual DNA analysis process?
No, sir.
You're a fingerprint guy, not a DNA guy. Okay. Did you and CSI Karen Livengood process the inside of apartment 11, the victim's apartment, for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes, we did.
And using what method?
Using a graphite-based powder, which would be on items like on a countertop or on a door frame or what have you. And you would brush it on very lightly. You would determine whether any prints come up, if there was anything that you saw, any ridge detail, and then would put a piece of clear tape over it, lift it off, and put it on the back of a white card.
Were there some areas that were processed that photographs were taken instead of tape being used to lift the fingerprints?
Yes, there were.
Why would that be done?
That would be if the print was, if you were unable to get a substantial amount of powder, if it was in a different location. That also would depend on what type of surface it was more than anything, and whether or not it might be another foreign substance on there that would have been compromised if you had brushed it with any type of powder.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it were some kind of residue of something, or say blood, for instance, or what have you, you would photograph that. You would not try to put powder on that and lift it.
Okay.
You may.
Showing you States Exhibit A, B as in boy. Can you open that? Is that item sealed?
It is.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Okay. I do recognize these.
And what are they?
These are photographed latent prints, photographed by CSI Livengood, or photographed by the photo lab, but processed by CSI Livengood.
Are they in the same, substantially the same condition as when they were collected from the victim's apartment?
Yes, they are.
This time, State would move AB into evidence as 29.
AB will be admitted as State's Exhibit 29.
Again, when photographs are taken of prints, fingerprints, is it the location written on the back of the photograph?
Yes, the location would be written on the back of the photograph.
And how many different fingerprints were present in that package?
Okay, there are 6 photographs. They contain various impressions of fingerprints that were photographed, but only a few of them were of any value. But they are on the back of each one is written the location.
And how many of those ended up being of value, do you know?
Would have been 3.
Were multiple photographs taken of the same fingerprint?
Usually they'll do it in different, contrasts to see which shows up better. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
And generally from where were those fingerprints collected?
Okay. We have, if you'll bear with me, I will tell you. We have a door frame to the victim's bedroom door. We have interior of the victim's front door. Also interior of the victim's front door, but from roughly a different dimension, different area of that. And then this last one was located on the interior front door, just above the door handle. So they're basically on the door frame or the door itself. Okay, I'll let you do that here. You want this back?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Were there multiple photographs taken of the same individual print, just from different companies?
Yes.
Okay. So, published States 29, Your Honor.
You may.
Photograph from print number 1 Where was print number 1 taken from?
Print number 1 was taken from the door frame to the victim's southeast bedroom, north side of the frame, 4 1/2 inches from the left rear of the door frame, 56 inches from the floor, in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
And we see on the photograph some information. First, under the centimeter section, it says 1. What does that mean?
That 1 would denote the photograph number when it came to sequencing them in order for evidence purposes.
Okay, does that refer to like the print number 1 associated with Ms. Livengood's report?
Yes.
Okay, and the case, the number we have below that, 02-1873395, what is that?
That would be the case number, the OPD case number, followed by Ms. Livengood's initials and the date.
Why do you take photographs of fingerprints in black and white?
Because when you roll prints, it's inked, so you have the black and white contrast to determine the ridges from the furrows or the white areas on the prints.
Were swabs also collected from that same door trim of the southeast bedroom door?
I believe so.
You may.
Show you what's marked as State's
Okay.
Exhibit AC. You recognize that packaging as well as the documentation and the initials and the signature on it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Okay, these are 2 blood samples from the southeast bedroom door trim, south side door in apartment number 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
Can you open it up inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes, I do.
The swabs you mentioned earlier.
Yes, they are.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected from that southeast door trim?
Yes, sir.
This time State would move AC and evidence is 30, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
AC will be admitted as State's Exhibit 30.
Was this item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further analysis?
It was.
All right. Going back to the fingerprints, referring to fingerprint number 2, where was that fingerprint? From where was that fingerprint collected?
That fingerprint was collected from the interior of the victim's front door, 30 inches from the left side of door, 55 inches from the bottom of the floor, bottom of the door, in apartment 11 at 3216 Cornell Avenue.
Fingerprint number 3 from that set of fingerprints, where was that collected from?
Okay, bear with me here.
I think you read them off earlier.
Right, I did.
Okay.
I was just looking, I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay. That's okay. It's getting late. We'll move on. Was another fingerprint collected from the interior front door above the door handle?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Were you also personally tasked with processing the victim's apartment 11, for fingerprints?
Yes, I was.
And were you successful in lifting some fingerprints from the left side of the bathroom sink and the cover of a ceiling fan found in the bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Approach.
You may.
Showing us the marked State's
Yes, I recognize these.
What are they?
They are 3 latent fingerprint lift cards that I personally lifted from apartment number 11.
From where?
Okay, one was from the exterior cover to the white ceiling fan found on the floor of victim's bedroom. Left side bathroom sink countertop, which was the second lift, and the first lift was from the same place, the left side bathroom sink countertop.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you lifted them at the scene?
Yes, they are.
At this time, state move states AG into evidence as 31.
AG will be admitted as State's Exhibit 31.
Moving on to apartment number 9, downstairs. Was a search warrant obtained that allowed you and others to go into apartment number 9 to look for and collect relevant evidence?
Yes.
Did CSI Karen Livengood also attempt to lift fingerprints from various locations in that apartment?
Yes, she did.
Showing you State's Exhibit A, D as in dog. Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes, I recognize these.
Does that package contain fingerprints lifted from both the victim's apartment and apartment number 9, Mr. Hunter's apartment?
Yes, sir.
So they have to be all combined into the same package?
Yes, sir.
How many different lift cards are there according to the packaging?
21.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the handwriting and the documentation on those cards?
Yes, I recognize CST Livengood's handwriting on the cards.
This time, State would move State's Exhibit A, D as in dog, into evidence as 32.
AD will be admitted as State's Exhibit 32.
And were those fingerprints we just looked at, all the ones eventually sent to the fingerprint analysis unit,
Yes.
to analyze later on?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll get into that a little bit. Was anything else of relevance found in apartment number 9, the apartment owned by, or occupied by Demorris Hunter?
I don't believe so, sir.
Let's fast forward about 13 years now to March 16th of 2015. Did you come to learn that Demorris Andy Hunter had been arrested for first-degree murder in connection with this case?
Yes, sir.
And did you and crime scene and technician Karen Livengood make contact with Mr. Hunter at the Orange County Jail?
We did.
For what purpose?
I was there to personally roll a set of fingerprints and palm prints, or major case prints we call them, of Mr. Hunter. And Karen Livengood was there to collect buccal swabs, buccal swabs for DNA purposes.
What's a buccal swab?
It's just basically a Q-tip stuck inside the mouth to get a DNA sample.
Showing you State's Exhibit AE. While you were there with CSI Livengood, did you take a picture of the person that you were collecting these samples from?
Yes, you did.
And who is in the photograph I just showed you?
Demorris Hunter.
Okay. Is that the person from whom you collected fingerprints, as well as the person from whom CSI Livengood collected a DNA sample from?
Yes, sir.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately show what Mr. Hunter looked like then?
Yes.
This time, State would be AE into evidence as State's 33.
No objection, Your Honor.
AE will be admitted as State's 33.
May I publish?
You may.
Is this the photograph of the person from whom you collected fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
And you also see him here in court?
I do, sir.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
He's sitting directly in front of me, wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and glasses.
Does he have a jacket or no jacket?
No jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And may I approach again, Judge?
You may.
Show me both the marked States Exhibit AF.
Okay.
Said that CST Live and Good collected a DNA sample from him. What is that item I just showed you?
That is the swab collected from Demorris Hunter on 3/16/15.
Do you recognize the handwriting and the documentation on that package as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
I do.
What is it?
It is a one buccal swab.
And is it the same or substantially the same condition as when CSI Live and Good collected it in your presence from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
This time, State would move AF into evidence as 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
AF will be admitted as State's Exhibit 34.
Finally, you said you collected some fingerprints from Mr. Hunter, the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit AI. You take a look at that package, open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, I do recognize those.
What is it?
It is a fingerprint card, an inked,
It's not introduced yet. That's okay.
it's an inked fingerprint card of Mr. Hunter, which contains his name, the case number, my initials or my signature, and the date they were taken, and then a set of palm prints of him as well, bearing the same thing.
How do you actually collect those fingerprints?
Apply a thin layer of black printer's ink to the person you're fingerprinting, place them on the card, and roll them one finger at a time.
And are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them from the defendant on that day?
They are.
This time, State would move State's AI into evidence as 35.
No objection.
AI will be admitted as State's 35.
Did the defendant also sign the fingerprint card?
I don't recall if he did or not. I don't think he did.
Mr. Buxman, if you could also get the tag.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
I could have a counsel approach, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a logical stopping place, so I will let you go home for the evening. I've got the same instructions I've had before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And when you leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. I'm going to ask that you be back in the morning at 9 a.m. and we will resume this trial at 9 a.m. in the morning. Does anyone have any questions? All right, then I will see you back in the morning at 9 a.m.
Jury exiting.
Mr. Q, and I will need you back in the morning at 9 a.m. for cross-examination. How are we doing time-wise?
Behind. Badly.
We spent an hour on a tech problem.
Yeah.